Okay, call this meeting to order at 4:04 p.m. Please call the roll.
Order the roll. Josh Wolf.
Here.
Luam. Wolf present. Luam Tesfaye.
Present.
Bruce Wolf. Sorry.
Present.
Tesfaye present. Bruce Wolf.
Present.
Bruce Wolf present. Frank Canada.
Present.
Frank Canada present. Chris Hyland.
Present.
Chris Hyland present. Fiona Hinsey.
Present.
Fiona Hinsey present.
We have a quorum.
What about the people that aren't
We
here?
Move to approve the minutes of the Sunshine Task Force meeting of April 4, 2018.
Okay, we have a quorum. Great. Okay, let's call the first item, please. Oh, any changes to the agenda? Oh, okay, moving on. Next item, please.
File number 17131, complaint by Magic Altman against the Police Commission
No,
for...
minutes.
She read it already. She called it when we were ready.
Oh, okay. So we need to make a motion to approve the minutes. Okay.
Oh.
So are there any changes to the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes from...
Is there a second? Moved by Member Hinsey, second by Vice Chair Hyland. Public comment on the minutes. Seeing no public comment, can we take that by acclamation? Mm-hmm. Seeing no objection, the motion has passed. Please call the next item.
File number 17131, complaint filed by Magic Altman against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sections 67.5, 67.7 through 1, 6715, 67.34 by willfully failing to make meetings open to the public, creating barriers to attendance, and failing to allow public comment to provide adequate public notice, and failing to provide an opportunity for public comment.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
I think it's, I mentioned this when this first came before us, but I think it's important to reiterate that I know Magic socially, and that she brought this to my attention, and then I directed her to Victor about how to file the request. I don't think that either one of those two things makes me biased in any way, but I think it's important to clarify that for the my fellow task members and the public.
Very good. Thank you. Complaint Committee Chair Tesfaye, do you want to present?
So I believe that this was a matter that took place. There was a public meeting that was going on for the Police Commission. There had been a lot of activity at that meeting, and the meeting ended up moving to a different room. During that period, the City Hall was also, I believe, on lockdown, and so people were not able to enter the building for a period of time. There's some lack of clarity about what the period of time is, but all of that information we were able to get into the packet. There is also discrepancy about if people were told they would be able to enter eventually, or if they were told that no one would be able to enter. And then there was also discrepancy about whether a proper notice was placed to alert the public that the meeting had moved to a different room. Those are the facts that we were able to glean from the complaint committee, and we believe that we had all of the facts that were needed in order to move this item forward to be heard by the full task force.
Great. Thank you. Recognize Member Fisher at 408. Okay, so let's have the complainant, the petitioner. Yes. You have 5 minutes.
So first of all, thank you for holding this hearing today and for your work on the task force. First of all, I wish to pay my respects to Julius Turman, who died just days after leaving his position. Turman lived by his convictions and surmounted difficult obstacles as a black gay man to become the commission president. At the meeting in question today, he fiercely objected to tasers because a yes vote at this critical juncture would undermine all the work by the community and the commission to create a use of force policy of de-escalation and compassionate help. So when I speak in criticism of his actions that day, I am not speaking against Mr. Turman. On November 3rd, 2017, the room was packed with people concerned that after stopping tasers for 13 years and 4 votes, here we are again. When Frisco 5, Cristina Gutierrez, went over her 2-minute limit, Turman immediately cut her off. People chanted, "Let her speak," but there was no relenting. Then Turman asked to clear the room, but the police were not given direction to clear the room, and they did not. They stood in silence. According to the law, the room can be cleared and then people who were considered non-disruptive can be readmitted. But instead, the commissioners left the room and were led through back passages of City Hall up to a room on the 4th floor. The public decided, since our representatives had deserted their posts, we would continue holding the people's hearing. This went on for over 30 minutes, and at no time during this meeting, this speak out, did anyone representing the city inform us that the meeting was being reconvened in another room. In 67.6, it states that a notice of change of venue must be provided to the public as soon as reasonably possible. Sergeant Kilshaw's letter states, quote, "It is the Commission's understanding that members of the SFSD announced the room change to members of the public in room 250. Not true, and I know this because I was there until everyone left, and others will corroborate later today. The legislative body may establish a procedure to readmit an individual or individuals not responsible for the disturbance. It is clear that that law was written this way so the public would always be aware of where the people's business was being conducted. So the crux of the issue is this: we, the people, were deserted by our representatives without informing us of their reconvened meeting." Hold on. The second violation of the people's rights to an open and fair meeting was the lockdown of City Hall by the Sheriff's Department, and yet the Commission's response alleges, quote, "There were no barriers to any member of the public attending the meeting," and that it is the Commission's understanding that public access to City Hall was restricted only for a brief period, which was after the meeting had recessed in room 250 and before it had reconvened in room 400. According to the Sheriff's log, City Hall was on lockdown from 9:23 to 9:36, although I find it incredulous from the testimony of people in attendance that the lockdown was for only 13 minutes. Let's put that aside for a moment. The meeting, as can be verified by the video of that night, was reconvened at 8:06 p.m. in room 400 and continued until well past 11 p.m. The meeting was in progress at 9:23 to 9:36. Then at 8:18, De Jesus requests that the public be allowed entrance to fill the empty seats. President Turman interrupts her and loudly says no. At this point, she leaves to join in solidarity with the people outside. She states in the letter you received as part of your packet, City Hall locked the front door during our meeting. I know this because many people in line told me that the City Hall front doors were locked and that some of them had to argue with the sheriff deputies to let them in the building. I saw many people outside. I saw people try to open the doors and heard some people yelling. I observed that the doors were locked. While in the Polk Street lobby, I saw 3 individuals. They said that they were there for public comment, but the sheriff would not let them go up to the 4th floor. I intervened and told the sheriff that it was a public meeting and he had to let them up. Eventually, these 3 individuals were let in. It appeared to me if an individual or group was tenacious about entering the building, they were successful in gaining access and were able to attend the meeting. I don't know how many people just left rather than argue to enter the building. Public officials, quote, who attempt to conduct the public's business in secret should be held accountable for their actions. Only a strong open government and sunshine ordinance enforced by a strong sunshine task force can protect the people's interest in open government. And the Brown Act states the people insist on remaining informed so they retain control over the instruments that they have created. We were not able to maintain control. This was completely in violation, and I have a video that we can show about the exact time that the meeting was reconvened, and you can check your log that was given to you about the times that the Sheriff's Department says City Hall was shut down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? If you speak at this time, this means that you cannot speak at the public comment period for this item when the motion is on the floor, because you are now making yourself a party to one of the parties.
That's right. My name is Rafael Picasso. I was here that night. I was here when they shut down the meeting and then reconvened and without letting us know about it. I also walked out of City Hall and was denied re-entrance when I told them I was coming in for the meeting. So I was one of the people denied my right to be present at the meeting. Also, there was a lot of other people that was at this meeting that was also denied. We went outside to get a breath of fresh air and was denied re-entry by the sheriffs. So I just wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hello. I also tried to get into the meeting. I arrived around 7:15 or 7:10, and I went to the front entrance and I told them I was here for the meeting, and they said, "Are you here for the protest?" I said I'd like to come in, and they told me that they shut the building down. They are locking the building down. It did not seem like they were going to reopen it. I waited in the lobby because my husband was already inside. I texted him, and they told me that I had to leave the lobby because they were locking the building, so I was unable to enter. And I was probably there about 5 or 10 minutes, and I left probably around 7:15, and there was no sign that they were going to reopen. Thank you.
Excuse me. All right.
They can identify if they want to.
My name is Alexander Post. I am the aforementioned husband. If you're looking for her name, that's Maria Grimm. I was inside the building from the beginning for the meeting, so I witnessed the shutdown. I can confirm that there wasn't, at the time of the shutdown, there wasn't any statement made about this is a postponement, we're going to hold this later. It was just shut down. There really wasn't a lot of information given to us. So we did wait. As Magic said, we held sort of a people's assembly, which was fun, but I think for a lot of people who were there to give comment, they felt their time was being wasted, so they left at that point. Again, there was no indication being given that they would have a chance to make comment at the official meeting. And we waited around, rumors started to swirl, and finally someone came up and raised a cell phone and said they're meeting up on the 4th floor. That was all the announcement we had, nothing official. In fact, I think we waited in the room for a few minutes longer trying to figure out what exactly was going on before we started trooping upstairs. I'd also like to mention that when we were upstairs in that other room, they created a line out the door, and so they were only letting in people selectively, one at a time, and then bringing them out, not allowing them to stay. But that was only true of some people. I noticed when I was in there, a couple people from the State Bar Association, David Risk and Julie Tron, had been admitted and then allowed to stay. So clearly they were favoring some members of the public over others. And as a criminal defense lawyer by trade, I know that when a fact finder is hearing testimony, they can be influenced by the impact of certain testimony. And so without being able to see the impact of testimony on the public, I think that frankly might have changed the way the vote went. So a lot of irregularities, and was not an open meeting.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, my name is Gilbert Brent.
One moment.
Sorry.
Just hit reset. Just bear with us.
Hello. My name is Gilbert Bernstein. I was present on November 3rd at City Hall for the meeting of the Police Commission. At a point later in the evening, while a crowd was outside the chamber on the 4th floor, that was where the relocation happened to, I, along with 2 other people, left the building in order to purchase granola bars and water bottles in order to have people not get so hangry. when leaving the building through the Polk Street entrance, we confirmed with the deputies there that we would be let back in and that we would be allowed to bring up that food and supplies. But when we arrived back at City Hall via the Polk Street entrance, we were let in through the doors and placed our bags on the conveyor belt for scanning. But then we were held up. Our bags were held, the food was held, and the deputies said they needed to check with their superiors about whether anything would be let in. I'm not sure whether or not the specific deputies changed. At that point, Deputy Sheriff Clausel, I have a badge number here, came down. Clausel told us that the building was on lockdown and none of us would be let in, with or without food, and that this was an order from his superiors and there's nothing he could do to change the fact. I had to take down his badge number, protest that they were preventing us from accessing a public meeting we had previously been at, and that at that point, I was able to text to some people upstairs. Petra de Jesus came down, finally forced another deputy, Maksud, to show up, who then told us that we would be allowed back in. If I hadn't been extremely persistent, I'm sure that myself and the two other members of the public would not have been allowed back into the meeting. I also have 2 copies of this testimony written up, which I don't believe is in your record, and I'd like to submit that for your use.
Next person, please.
Good afternoon, Commission.
One moment where we restart the clock. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Miller, Program Director for the Idris Stelly Foundation. I was present for the entirety of the meeting in question. And at the point that former President Thurman decided to remove the commissioners from the room, the previously mentioned people's meeting that went on for at least 45 minutes, during which at no point during that time was there any announcement made to the public of a change of room by the commission. Likewise, as has been previously mentioned, once people were made aware of the change of venue for the hearing, for the commission meeting, I should say, they were allowing only certain select people in and blocked well over 100 people from entry into what was supposed to be an open public meeting. Another point, the lockdown, again, I was there from the beginning to the end of this whole affair. There was no coherent, legitimate public safety meeting or disruption, for that matter, that warranted the lockdown. So the lockdown also represented a violation, whether it was 15 minutes or an hour. There was no discernible legal reason for the lockdown short of closing off free speech that is oppositional to certain political interests. Finally, as was mentioned before by a previous speaker, there is 90% of the room was in opposition to the issuing of tasers to SFPD. That's nearly 200 people. I know that for a fact because I personally organized many of those people to be there. There is a critical thematic difference, that is to say, a critical difference for a politician that has to make a decision in direct opposition to the people in front of 200 people looking at them, as opposed to being able to do it in a relative closed session. That is one of the reasons that certain political decisions are made in closed session, but this is not that kind of a protected decision. It was completely illegitimate, a violation of open government, and it needs to be overturned.
Thank you. Next person, please.
I'm Victor Picasso. I was one of the public members attending the meeting that night, and I was there when it got shut down. They kicked us out, told us that the meeting, they didn't say anything actually, they just left in the back room, and then a bunch of us went out to get a breath of air and take a little break outside. Before I went outside, I asked the deputies at the lobby there what had just happened upstairs. We're just going to go outside, take a break, and I'm going to be able to come back in. And they go, sure, you'll be able to come back in. And 10 minutes later, trying to come back in, all the doors were locked. We couldn't all come back in. So we hung out for a while to see what would happen, if we can come back in and the meeting could attend. But we all didn't have no information where the meeting was going to continue or even if it continued or not. So that's just what I wanted to state.
Thank you. Next person.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Fleshman. Oh, sure.
Hold on a minute. Okay.
My name is Karen Fleshman. I'm an activist and an attorney, and I too was present that evening for the duration of the meeting and can corroborate everything that was already stated. I was one of the people considered non-disruptive and therefore able to sit in the police commission meeting in room 404. I would add to everything that has been stated that I was also part of the whole community input process, attended all those sessions where, again, 90% of the attendees were opposed to tasers. At the meeting itself, the Human Rights Commission stated that they had done a special focus group of people at Sunnydale, and the folks at Sunnydale, 100% of them were opposed to the tasers. Since the vote of November 3rd, 4 commissioners have turned over. So 4 of the people who participated in the vote, Turman, Malara, Marshall, and Bilong Hing, are no longer with the commission. And just yesterday, the voters decided 60% to 40% not to grant the POA their wish to set their own taser policy. So I urge this body to invalidate this vote, and if the police commission is going to reconstitute with new members, then they should reconsider the vote with those members, and they should have a regular meeting without all these irregularities and take the vote in front of the public, as is what their duty is as public officials with a very important responsibility.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none. Respondent? You have 5 minutes. One moment.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kilshaw. I'm a sergeant at the Police Commission office. The Commission office has submitted its response to Ms. Altman's complaint, both on April 23rd and again on May 29th, and the Commission office has nothing more to add to its submission. Thank you.
Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members? Member Kanata.
Yeah, I guess this is for the respondent. I have a number of questions. So can the police commission sergeant come back up,
Sergeant
please?
Kilshaw.
So the first question is, why did the commission just get up and leave the room? Most people who spoke said the commission just up and left, didn't give them any notification. So what was the reason for leaving the room?
You'd have to ask the chair of the meeting. I don't know, but I can tell you they did not just up and leave the room. Commissioner Turman made an announcement that the meeting was in recess.
Okay, so he just said the meeting was in recess. No, okay. And then what was the reason for the lockdown?
You'd have to ask the sheriff's department.
Is the sheriff's department here?
I don't know if you called them.
We had requested at the committee that the police commission provide witnesses or statements regarding City Hall access, why it was closed, and who made that decision.
We did that. That's in the packet.
Yeah,
Are there any witnesses?
Or can you point to which page?
My understanding is we weren't asked to bring witnesses. You had a list of questions you wanted answered, and we submitted those to the sheriff's department. They submitted the answers to us, and we submitted those answers to you.
Right. Can you just point to the page?
Page 18.
For his specific question.
You'd have to repeat the question for me. I'm sorry.
The question was, what was the reason for the lockdown?
That was not a question that was posed to us at the last meeting. You asked us who ordered the lockdown. It was the incident commander, Lieutenant Kelleher.
But we're asking questions now that may not be included in the questions that the committee had asked for.
You'd have to ask the Sheriff's Department why they did. My understanding from discussions with Commissioner Turman at that time is that they, and this is in our response, that they felt that there was a disruption and that members of the public who were in the room were not responding to requests to come to order. But other than that, I don't know why the office or why the building was locked.
Okay.
So let's just be clear that the Police Commission is the San Francisco Police Department, and the Sheriff's Department are two completely separate issues, bodies and departments. So they're obviously, whatever's happening inside this building, is not necessarily the jurisdiction of the police department.
Correct.
So,
okay. So I guess my last question for you then is, I just want to be clear that what you said, that the chair of the commission just announced that they were going into recess, didn't announce anything about moving the meeting, didn't ask if there was a disruption in the room, that he didn't ask the people responsible for order in the room to do anything about it.
No, that's not so. There was disorder in the room. Commissioner Turman asked on a number of occasions to have the room come to order. The room did not come to order. After a period of time, Commissioner Turman said, we are going into recess.
Okay, but Commissioner Turman did not ask the responsible, the Sheriff's Department, whose responsibility is it to keep order in the room?
Each individual member, each individual person, when asked to come to order, did not. I believe he asked the Sheriff's Department to assist in regaining order. But I don't know what the Sheriff's Department did.
So I watched the video, and actually it's only a few minutes. It may be worthwhile if interested for members if you want to watch it.
Let's do that.
Because I think that will help bring some context.
Is that something that Victor can put up for us?
I think it's already set up, the video.
I believe there was.
You could connect it to the
right here, right?
Connect it to the AV.
We were not. We tried. We were not able. It's not the laptop in the room.
Won't go to SFGov TV.
It's not loading the video.
But mine has it.
So we can play the audio and you can listen to it.
Okay, I guess that's better than nothing.
Did we
Can they connect
Go ahead
to her
and play it.
computer?
Can we turn this monitor to face the?
I also want to be able
camera?
to show you when the meeting started
All right, hold
on this
on,
video,
hold
which
on.
is why. Okay, sure.
Don't want to waste too much time here.
Okay.
I think if we just listen to the audio, I think that would be helpful. I think that would be at least a helpful start. If Member Fisher.
Yeah, I don't know if this is allowed, but can we just thumb drive it off of Miss Altman's onto whatever laptop?
It is on the website, and it's not an actual MOV file on the computer.
I can just turn this around. It's at full screen, and you can see it.
Let me rephrase that. She has a file that is some kind.
No,
you have no file.
She's
No.
streaming it.
Oh, I thought you had an actual MOV or wave.
I'm streaming the archive.
Chair, we could all stream it onto our
Stream it away.
laptops, and she could show it to the public. That way, everyone sees it at the same time.
We could do that if somebody wants to share with Member Hinsey.
I thought the audio actually.
You want the audio?
When
go
I'm
with
just
the
saying the
audio.
audio that was attached to the email that we
Right.
received, I thought it was pretty helpful.
Okay, then
Audio
let's do that.
away.
Let's just
Please
do
play
that.
the audio. Can you make sure the microphones are on?
Okay, so you want when that happened, correct?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think it's best to start when Ms. Gutierrez had started, when she approached the podium. I think that was at 1 hour and 49 minutes. Something
I
like
would
that.
like to ask those
I mean,
of
I can
you
just
who
show
are
it to you.
thinking about endorsing lasers to please try it on yourself before you make that decision. for the same amount of time and the same amount of energy that was given to the last person that died.
Sir, can you stay behind the...
We'll take care of that.
Due to taser.
Please.
Then you tell me. Second thing, you want to hear from the experts? You should try to bring those people that have been tased, that had suffered the consequences of that. They are experts. They suffer the consequences of that feeling of being tortured. You're talking about tasers in order to save Mario Wood's life? Well, let me tell you about Oscar Grant. The policeman who killed him said that he got confused between the gun and the taser, and he killed Oscar Grant. You're talking to me about giving another instrument, another weapon to torture our people. I was on a hunger strike for 17 days, demanding justice for our people. I went on a walk for 95 miles from San Francisco to Sacramento the last 2 weeks, demanding justice for our people. We go every Friday in front of the A. Gascon demanding justice for our people. And what do I hear from you guys? That you want to give another weapon to these killers? The police is out of control, brothers and sisters. It's out of control in the whole country and in this city. And it's up to you for this police commission to do something to stop that from happening. You are not addressing the real issue here. It's not about whether you give him another weapon. It's whether you stop him from abusing.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. 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 Next speaker, please.
Kind of freezing.
The Wi-Fi connection is spotty at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I do not have a next speaker within 1 minute, I will adjourn. I will recess this meeting. What? Behind them, behind them. I can clear the room with them. Can I keep the music? Stop.
No. It'll go to a blank screen. Yeah, that's in recess. Right after this.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I find this conduct disruptive. Please clear the room. Clear the room.
That's it.
So I do want to show you the other.
Okay. We'll ask for that if we need it. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Member.
No, I'm fine. We can go to Member Wolf.
Member Josh Wolf.
So I don't know who can answer this question, but we just watched this video of a meeting that ends with the cut screen. Does that same file have the continuation of the meeting? So in other words, if someone wanted to tune into it, is there also a broken record that way?
So if you continue to watch, it stays on that screen for 2 hours. And then the meeting starts up again.
So, but what about the stuff that happened in a different room? Is that on?
That's also in that same stream, yes.
So there was 2 hours before they resumed?
Correct.
Great, thanks.
Member Canada?
So there was a disruption in the public comment in the room that the sergeant of the police commission was there, but the sheriff's department's a different department. Somebody had to get word to the sheriff's department to shut the building down. How did all of this happen without coming to decisions about where the meeting was going to continue and notifying the public?
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. Sergeant Kilshaw, if you don't mind.
And through the chair, looks like that staff was already in the room. Were they not? Or am I confusing the two?
Yes, it appeared the same to me, that they
were
just
already
apparently showed up. They could have been watching through the cameras, monitoring, and
just like there is one now.
Correct.
Okay. So.
Sergeant Kilshaw, at any time did any of the commissioners order sheriffs to come in to the room?
The sheriffs were already in the room when we started the meeting.
They were already in the room?
Yes.
Okay,
right.
Great. And was there any written notice posted for the room change outside the meeting room when it was vacated, or outside room 250, or on the front doors or the doors of City Hall when it was locked, that there was a change in venue?
There was a note left on room 250 when we were moving to room 400. We have a copy of the photo. It's submitted to you, and it was placed in the materials that we submitted to you.
Okay, and for those people who were, I guess, either left the building that were going to come back, was there any notice as to when the meeting was going to resume, at what time?
No.
Okay. And how were the people who were waiting outside to get back in, how were they notified?
Outside of room 250 or outside
the building?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there any police officers from the San Francisco Police Department present for this meeting?
In room 250, yes.
How about in the rest of the building, as far as...
I believe outside in the hallway, but other than that, no.
Okay. And are any of the commissioners here today?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to tell, some of the supporters, the respondent or the plaintiff came up and petitioner and asked for a change in the vote. That's not going to happen here today. What we're working on is we're going to unpack the technicality of whether violations of the Sunshine Law took place or not, and that's what we're going to work on. So, sorry to disappoint you, but that's going to be the basis of the work we're going to do here today.
Yeah, an easier way to say it is the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't provide us with authority to overturn or nullify a meeting or a decision. If under the California Public Records Act, that can only be done by the district attorney, and district attorney would have to take it to court in order to do that. And I can be corrected by our legal counsel. Okay. So today we're going to just be looking at any violations with regards to the Ralph M. Brown Act and to the Sunshine Ordinance. And if there are any violations with that, then we'll take it from there with regards to motions and any referrals that we may make from that point forward. Okay, members. So we don't have anybody from the Sheriff's Department here, so because the complaint was not made against the Sheriff's Department. So we can't. Because I wanted to know who ordered the lockdown. I know it's in the documentation, but then who did somebody give that person an order to lock it down? Who is the ultimate decision maker? First of all, and then yeah.
I believe that this was Lieutenant Kelleher was the ultimate decision maker. I think they said that Deputy Clausel was the one who actually, did the work here, but that he had received the order from Lieutenant Kelleher, and Sergeant Kilshaw can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you had said that it was from the Sheriff's Office. Clausel was the one who was closing down the meeting, but received the order from Lieutenant Kelleher, right?
My understanding from the submission that the Sheriff's Department gave us is it was Lieutenant Kelleher. I don't know how that decision was made or who it went down to his subordinates. I don't know that name that you just mentioned.
Page 18.
Oh, Sergeant Davis, I guess. That's how I know her. Yeah, she was the lead, I think, in the room that night.
Okay, Davis.
Yeah.
Okay. And received the order from Lieutenant Kelleher is what you're saying in the statement, your response in question 1. It says, who from SFSD ordered the closure of City Hall for a period of time on November 3rd, 2018? It says Incident Commander Lieutenant Kelleher.
Yeah, those responses are from the Sheriff's Department, not from the Commission Office. So you see this document?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
it just says on the letterhead, it says your name, Sergeant Rachel Kilshaw, and then it says.
Yeah, it was addressed to me.
If you look at
got
page
it.
17, you'll see the email thread discussing that. Member Kanata? No? Okay. All right. Any other questions, clarifications? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. Sergeant Kilshaw, you're first.
I have a question first.
Okay.
Do you know whom or what agency placed that note on the door that there's the photograph of?
The San Francisco Police Department.
The San Francisco Police Department. And at what time was that note placed on their...
I don't know that.
Okay.
There was at some point when we knew we were going to move rooms, I asked a sergeant to put a note on the door. We were in progress of moving up. I don't know the times.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
And the decision to move rooms as opposed to clear that room and reconvene in the same room, whose decision was that?
It was a discussion between Commissioner Turman and the city attorney based on the fact that their numerous requests to clear the room were going unheeded.
So the final decision making in that was with the president
chair,
of the chair of the police commission
to move rooms.
To move rooms
Yes.
as opposed to staying in the same room.
Correct.
And did the SFPD advise the police commissioners that you would be unable to clear the room? Is that
SFPD is not responsible for clearing
I'm sorry,
the
that
room.
would be the sheriff.
Sheriff's Department.
And the sheriff's not here to respond to that. All right, great. Thank you.
I have another question. Between the time of the recess and the time of the reconvening of the meeting,
Yes.
what were the commissioners doing?
There's sort of an ante-room outside of room 250. They were in there with members of the command staff, the officers that I had talked to you about who were in room 250. They were just some of the commissioners were in that room. Some were out in the hallway. They were kind of moving around.
Were you there? Were you present for any of this?
In and out, not for the
Okay.
entire time.
And so, so they were there for the full 2 hours in that room, all the commissioners together?
Not at any one time. Like I said, some were in the hall, some were in the
Okay.
room, some went to the
Bathroom or
bathroom.
whatever? Sure.
Were they all in one room at one time? I wasn't keeping track.
Okay. And did you notice any discussion between them regarding this matter?
I did not.
Thank you. So we're going to move to, is there any other questions? We'll move to rebuttals. You're first.
We have nothing to add.
Okay, very good. Petitioner, Ms. Altman. 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I'd like to note that Sergeant Kosha has the final comment for meeting next door. I believe she would like to leave and set that up.
It's fine if you're okay with not being present for the motion. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So, first of all, we're not disputing that there was a disruption. What you're disputing is that the law says clear the room and readmit so we know where they were. This was not done. In any demonstration or situation like this where I've ever been, the police would say, you are in violation of the law, you must leave the room, this is disruption, you can no longer stay. No officer said anything. Complete silence, they just stood there. Okay, so there was no direction to clear the room. The law clearly states that you clear the room and let people back in so that they know where they were. And this was not the case. Okay, and also putting a note outside the door does not tell the people inside the room where they're going. And also, I have the video to show you that the time that they said they were shutting down City Hall for only 13 minutes, which is absurd, but was during the meeting upstairs, because they say 9:23 to 9:36. The meeting was put in session again at 8:06 and went straight through to after 11. So that the two things we're making here are very clear. That they violated the law by not clearing the room and letting people back in, and they violated the law by shutting down City Hall and not letting people in. Arbitrarily, by the way, at different times. Like Maria Grimm was there at 7, and they said they were shutting down the building. And another woman said she was there, and they didn't clear the room. And the testimony you have in your packet from Marco Gonzalez says that he was there at 7:50. They said it was on lockdown. He went to another door. They said he couldn't come in. They didn't tell him when it would be readjourned. He was persistent. It seemed if people were persistent outside or up in the room to stay in the room, it was arbitrarily allowed. But there was not consistency. And if even one person was kept out of that meeting, that is a violation of the law. I would like to show you so you know that you know what's happening with the video. So you can see that the meeting was reconvened at 8:06.
Do you want to allow this, folks? Okay. Do you want to make it part of a rebuttal, or you want to make it as part of additional clarification?
I'd prefer additional clarification.
Okay. So finish your rebuttal, and then we'll ask for if there's any additional.
Okay, so I beseech you to recognize that it is not the disruption that is the problem. That was not disputed. It has never been disputed. We were very upset. People are dead. That's why people were upset, because there's not been much done. So the passion comes from a community whose heart is broken and angry. That is not what we're disputing, is that there wasn't a disruption. But you do want to know that other people that were given 10 minutes to support tasers went over their time, which I said in the report, and they were not cut off or even spoken to. And yet this woman who's been working so hard in our community for justice was cut off exactly at 2 minutes. There can be grace. There's no law saying 2 minutes. And it was very disturbing. So that's my rebuttal. I hope you understand that my points are clear and simple, and that I would like you to know that the time that the sheriff's office log says the meeting was shut down is during the time of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. If you want to share that, the members would like to see that. Let me just ask a question while you're doing that.
Okay.
You stated there's a law disallowing not readmitting people after clearing the room. Do you?
It says that they
have
can.
a citation for that? Yeah, just come into the microphone so we can.
I'm
just on
sorry.
the record.
It states that the room can be cleared and then
What
readmitted.
states? What
Okay,
states?
so let me find that for you. Might take me a minute here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is in the Brown Act. There can be no, I'm sorry, I don't have the number on it. I just have the words. But it's from the Brown Act, and it says there can be no semi-closed meetings in which some members of the public are permitted to attend as spectators while others are not. Meetings are either open or closed. The legislative body may remove persons from a meeting who willfully interrupt proceedings. If order cannot still be restored, the meeting room may be cleared. Members of the news media who have not been participated in the disturbance must be allowed to come in. The legislative body can then establish a procedure to readmit individuals not responsible for the disturbance. So that, to me, makes it clear that they want to keep, so the people always know where their business is being done. They never say, you can go to it, take it somewhere else. And Pedro de Jesus says they were sneaking around through the mayor's office and all around the building. You have her letter.
Okay.
That,
Can you play the other clips?
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, this is 8:07.
Thank you. Commissioner Turman, we're back on the record in open session, and you still have a quorum with Commissioners Turman, Mizuko, Marshall, De Jesus, Malera, Hing, and Hirsch.
Basically, everyone's here.
Correct. I'm sorry?
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after finding that the disruptive conduct was widespread, warnings did not succeed in deterring that conduct, I determined to clear the room, and I am now here after determining to do the following. I will readmit persons not involved in disruptive behavior and a limited number of speakers. Take 5 persons at a time to address the body. Okay. With that, public comment for 2 minutes shall continue. Let's take the first 5 members.
Enough. Okay, thank you.
That's
Nobody knows when the
They're trying.
ordinance moved to Kelleher. That's never been stated. I can't believe he made a decision by himself. And no one seems to want to reveal that fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifications? Is there a motion? Please, thank you. Is there a motion? Vice Chair Howard?
beginnings of one. I certainly think there are some violations we can clearly put our fingers on. Some of it looks like they're trying to adhere by the Brown Act, especially what I saw just there. But I think it certainly could have and should have been handled better. And I think the buck stops with the police commission. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Member Kanata?
So I have I guess, a question again. When they were...
For who?
The complainant. I have a question. Were you up in the room when they started this again, the meeting at 8:06?
Not right when it started. I was admitted shortly after.
For public, was the room full?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So when they were admitting people for public comment, the room wasn't full, but they were admitting them one at a time or five at a time? And then,
5 at a time.
And then they were taking them out again?
Well, that was arbitrary because, like, one young man said, "I'm not leaving," so they let him sit down. The other people said, and that's when Petra de Jesus objected and said that she felt the room should be able to be filled, and then she left in objection.
One quick question, Ms. Alton. When did the original meeting start? Was it 5 p.m.?
5 p.m., that's correct.
Thank you.
So it went 5 p.m. to 6:06. They recessed for 2 hours. And it began.
It was 7, I think, or maybe it was a little later than
And
that.
it began at 8:06 again.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
And yet City Hall was closed at 9 something.
Right. 9:23 to 9:38, according to the sheriff's log that you have a copy of.
Makes absolutely no sense.
Thank you.
Member Josh Wolf.
I'm not entirely sure whether this really falls under the police commission or the sheriffs themselves, but I think that it's important to look at what we do have available to us, and it's quite limited. But what we have is this incident scribe log, and so we've asked, why was the building shut? Well, whatever reason there should have been for shutting down the building theoretically should be in the scribe log, and what we have is protesters that have at 9:20, which is the last thing before one of the last things before the building is shut. 9:20, protesters that have left the building are re-entering Goodlet, which I think means they're coming back towards City Hall. Then they deploy guards at 9 or deputies at 9:21. Then at 9:23, the building's closed. So that's all. The only thing we have to go on for why the building was closed is that protesters were approaching Goodlet. And then if we have to, the only evidence we have to support that is a few minutes later at 9:36, we have that the protesters are allowed re-entry, but no food/drink, which I don't know what the rules of our city about denying food and drink to be brought in on special occasions. Obviously, normally people bring food, and there's food and drink sold here actually, but clearly it seems to be a political decision to prevent some sort of occupation of City Hall, and so I don't know whether these decisions were at the behest of the police commission, in which case these are violations that fall under police commission, or whether they were decisions made by the sheriffs, in which case perhaps there's a need for an additional file on the same subject matter around the sheriff's actions that day. But either way, it seems that there was a insufficient, to whatever extent it was necessary to move rooms. So for example, if a stink bomb had gone off in a room, the necessary precautions to ensure that the people who were attending the meeting were aware of the room change have not been demonstrated by either the testimony or the documents we hear. We have solely a note that you can't read, that we don't have a timestamp for when it was actually put on, and we have numerous evidence of people in the room who said that they did not hear notification that the room was moving. So I feel that on that front, there's definitely some sort of violation. I don't know whether it really comes down to the Brown Act or a line from the Sunshine Ordinance, and I'm also concerned about the sheriff's role in this particular incident.
Yeah, through the chair.
Member
I
Canara.
agree. I think that the fact that the meeting re-adjourned or restarted at 8:07 and yet at 9:20 something they're deciding to close the building because they see people, not protesters, people coming back, maybe wanting to come in and attend this meeting. So I agree. I think the sheriff's department should have been included in this. I don't know how we go about handling that. But
And it looks like the vote went down around 9:45, so that makes sense.
All right, just for your information and clarification, in the Brown Act, Section 54957.9, this is the area that the petitioner was reading from. I'll read it so you'll have context of what the law actually says. In the event that any meeting is willfully interrupted by a group or groups of persons so as to render the orderly conduct of such a meeting unfeasible, and order cannot be restored by the removal of individuals who are willfully interrupting the meeting, the members of the legislative body conducting the meeting may order the meeting room cleared and continue the session. Only matters appearing on the agenda may be considered in such a session. Representatives of the press or other news media, except those participating in the disturbance, shall be allowed to attend any session held pursuant to this section. Nothing in this section shall prohibit the legislative body from establishing a procedure for readmitting an individual or individuals not responsible for willfully disturbing the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, I don't know about change of venue. That's a different issue because I'm not sure. I'd have to probably sit with this a little bit and read through it to see if there was anything about recess and then changes during a recess in that kind of way. This is more or less speaking that a meeting would be continuing.
And we never heard the chair ask for the room. I never heard the chair ask for the room to be cleared. He asked for order and in the room.
Correct.
No,
That's why I heard the same thing.
He heard for it to be cleared as well.
Yeah, he said it several times.
At the end.
Yeah.
But he never asked the sheriff's department to do it.
Actually, he said adjourned, he said order, and he said cleared. He said all of them. So, I mean, that alone is very confusing.
And the respondent had testified that the sheriffs are already in the room. So if they got word through some communications to clear the room, at that point, it's just because they were there already.
Right. Okay. But the room was never cleared. And I have a problem, too, with the recess being 2 hours.
Yeah. That seems a little
that doesn't make any sense.
Seems a little.
I mean,
Do we know, along those lines, do we know?
Can we have that?
Okay, so
do we know why the recess was so long?
right. Okay, so in 6715E, any agenda changes or continuance shall be announced by the presiding officer of the policy body as soon as the change becomes known to such a presiding officer.
okay, that didn't happen. So that's certainly one violation for me.
There would also.
I was just going to say, I mean, this isn't some commission that meets once or twice a year that doesn't know the rules. This is one of our more active commissions, and, with all respect to the lately departed, this should have been handled better.
All right. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. A motion for violation of Section 67.15B. For not allowing for an opportunity for each member of the public to address the body. I'd also like to make a motion for a violation of 67.15C for public comment time limits to be applied uniformly to members of the public. And I'd also like to find a violation of section 67.15E that any agenda changes or continuances shall be announced by the presiding officer of a policy body as soon as the change becomes known to such presiding officer. As we could see from the last video, the new room was not announced. And I believe that that constitutes a change to the agenda because the location of the meeting needs to be on the agenda.
I'll second that motion.
So moved by
I think there's a question.
member Tesfaye, second by member Hinsey.
I
Member
don't know whether
Josh
it makes
Wolf.
sense to add this, but 67.6D, although obviously this was neither a fire, flood, or earthquake, I think that they are making some argument that it was an emergency or other emergency, where it would be unsafe, that the second sentence, the change of meeting site shall be announced by the most rapid means of communication available at the time. It goes on to notify the local media, but I think that there's a failure to notify change of meeting, which the closest that I can find in any documentation is 67.6D.
So 67.
67.6.
67.6 subsection D, which is about fires, floods, and et cetera, but
I don't think it was declared an emergency.
it doesn't necessarily need to be declared an emergency under that language.
If because of fire, flood, earthquake, or other emergency, that's the litmus.
Right, but I think that whatever reason they moved the room was an emergency of some sort, maybe not a capital E emergency as a state of emergency.
Oh, you're saying that they moved the room, that there's a violation of moving the room because it wasn't a fire, flood, earthquake, or
I'm saying that under 67.6D, you could argue both what you're saying, or you could argue that they failed to notify people under the most rapid means of communication, which is what's afforded under 67.6D. And really, either reason, whether it was a false emergency or failure to notify, both fall under 67.6D.
I would argue the converse in saying that they can't change the room because there was no emergency.
And it's not what this section's about, though.
Yeah, through the chair, I think 6715E is a much better capture of that you already have in the motion.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's part of the original motion.
It's fine.
To facilitate public input, any agenda changes or continuances shall be announced by the presiding officer or the policy body at the beginning of the meeting, or as soon as thereafter, as the change or continuance becomes known to such a presiding officer.
Yeah, and
Member
to argue Member Josh
Sure.
Wolf's point also, the fact that they shut down the building, to me, would indicate that they thought there was an emergency.
Well, we don't know unless the sheriffs come because,
Okay.
we don't know why Lieutenant Kelleher had ordered that. So that would have to be recorded somewhere that it was an emergency. And under the citation that Member Josh Wolf had cited, I would proffer that that is specifically only for those items where it's a natural disaster or something like that. And I would say that unless there is a natural disaster or some other type of emergency like that, like all the power going out in this room, you need to move to another room so the meeting couldn't happen. That could be considered somewhat of an emergency that the meeting couldn't continue. There is no provision that allows for a room change in the middle of a meeting, even during a recess. So that's kind of a question for me.
What about my stink bomb metaphor that I brought up earlier? If a room were made inhospitable in the middle of the meeting, what options would there be?
That's an emergency.
A pipe burst.
That's an other emergency, as stated in the section that you had.
I don't see how whatever they perceive to be the reason that they moved rooms doesn't qualify for an emergency if a stink bomb does, though.
I don't. Well, that's a question for the commissioners. I mean, the commissioners are the ones that made the venue change. So it's a question for the commissioners as to whether they considered it to be an emergency or not. Like we can't go by conjecture. We'd have to go by actuality, and that's a very good question to ask. Why was the venue changed? Was it the purpose of having a smaller room so there could be selective entry? The Brown Act allows for that, allows for selective entry by those that were not causing the disturbance. Or was it was it because they declared an emergency? What was the purpose of the venue change is the question then.
So it seems like there's some sort of loose consensus on the idea of this at least under the parts of the law that Member Tesfaye had listed out. So I don't really see a need to belay whether or not this additional line applies.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else? Okay, let's move to public comment. This for public comment that are not witnesses or party to any of the parties here. On the motion only.
Good afternoon.
It's on.
Good afternoon, task force members. I'm Richard Nee, Sunshine activist, former task force member. Respectfully, I suggest that you consider adding 67.21E. There were enough questions that the police department sergeant could not answer, and it sounds to me like we have possible failure of the respondent to send a representative who was knowledgeable in the matter at hand.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Greg Lewicki. I was there for the entire duration from probably about 4:30 until 11:30, 12 o'clock. My hope was just to express opinion, and I was there with others to participate in the public comment, to characterize the disruption, I think, as it's been as a room full of protesters is inaccurate to me. People wanted to speak and wanted to participate. You saw in the video, to me, the disruption is that 12 sheriff or officers, approached a woman who was trying to give her public comment. Throughout the entire process then, from the recess or whatever it's officially called, there was no indication of how the meeting would continue and how people could participate. There were several people that I was there with who ended up leaving and did not participate even though they wanted to. I think some of them tried to email or do other things in order to sort of make their voice heard, but in effect I feel like they were silenced. As somebody who was wanting to participate, I never saw any note on the door, no indication of, that the meeting was being moved. There was just eventually sort of a rumble and then moved upstairs where, frankly, we were kept out of the room. Again, not as somebody who was there to create a stink bomb or any other sort of situation to disrupt the meeting, only to participate. And I feel like there was across the board just the sort of sense of limiting participants, limiting citizens from being able to do so. And that, to me, I can't speak to sort of specific laws, but in terms of the spirit of the nature of how this was, there was no communication. There was no clarity, and there was no desire, as far as I can tell, to encourage participation and feedback. And it felt to me like the entire process of moving and the secrecy was to do so without public comment. And yeah, so just as somebody who was trying to voice an opinion, and with others who ended up leaving and not being able to do so, it just felt incredibly wrong to me, and it felt like the purpose was anathema to what this process should be. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion?
I think you need to, okay. This task force needs to budget its time a little better. In almost every hearing, the first 1 or 2 hearings take up the majority of the 2.5 hours. The agendized items at the end are never heard. They're just taking jurisdiction over. I've traveled 3,000 miles for 3 hearings today that have been put over a number of times, and the likelihood that all 3 will be heard today is extremely slim because you've spent too much time on this.
Any other public comment, please, on the motion?
My name's Celia. This is my first Sunshine meeting. I was also at the Police Commission meeting that you were all discussing. I just wanted to provide my testimony. I was there when everyone was told to leave the room. I was no one knew. I didn't know they even had moved to another room until people started buzzing. They think they're in another room. So that wasn't notified to me. When they did open, and I stayed down outside of the first room for a while until folks were allowed back in. And when it was my turn for public comment, I went in. They were regulating the doors. They said they were only letting like 5 or maybe 10 people in at a time. When we went in and did our public comment, they told us to leave. But I was one of the people that said, I saw maybe like 5 or 10 people sitting in the chairs, and I said I wanted to stay, so I just sat down and they didn't tell me to leave again. I have a video showing that that there's 2 police officers standing in front of the doors, and there's like 5, maybe 7 people. This was after I sat down after my public comment. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing no other public comment is closed. Ready for a vote? Any amendments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Luan Tesfaye.
Aye.
Bruce Wolf.
Aye.
Frank Canada.
Aye.
Chris Hyland.
Aye.
Louise Fisher.
Aye.
Fiona Hinsey.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to call general public comment. These are for items not on today's agenda.
Good afternoon again, Task Force. Good afternoon again, Task Force members. I note that there are only 7 seats filled right now. And I like to give you what I think is some good news on that. Regarding seats number 1 and 2, the Society of Professional Journalists Northern California chapter is in process of putting forth nominations for that. The Freedom of Information Committee has recommended to the SPJ NorCal Board the nominations of Attorney Matthew Cate for seat number 1 and journalist Lila LaHood for seat number 2. They are with us today, and the SPJ NorCal Board is to meet next Monday, and we're very hopeful that they will approve these nominations. On seat number 4, you might know that New America Media has sunsetted its ceased operations and actually dissolved. So before that happened, even before that happened, Sandy Close, who was the executive director of New America Media, had asked that SPJ NorCal step in and kind of assume the vetting role, and then she would put forth whoever SPJ NorCal recommended. But with New America Media gone, SPJ NorCal would like to assume full nominating authority. So on SPJ NorCal's behalf, I am approaching Lee Hepner, who is a former task force member and now a legislative aide to Supervisor Aaron Peskin. And Lee and I are going to sit down, we hope, sometime next week to discuss possibly putting a very narrowly crafted amendment to Section 67.30A that would replace NOM with SPJ NorCal as nominator. Lee, as you know, is a former task force member. He is very concerned about this. He, I think, as much as anybody, would like to seek this taken care of. So that's the update. We're looking for ways forward on this, and keep your fingers crossed.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public comment? General public comment for items not on our agenda today?
I want to speak about it in, whoops, ready?
Start the clock, please. Okay, thank you.
On April 18th, there was a hearing at the Board of Appeals regarding the Pioneer Monument. There's a portion of it that the Arts Commission wanted to remove. It had been going on for a long time. And I went there as a member of the public. I spoke under general public comment. And when the hearing was over, I came out of the room, 416, and was going to the bathroom. And the previous speaker came up to me in the hallway. He said he was a private investigator, and he wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Oh, really? What's your name? Show me some ID." He said he didn't need to. And I said, "Well, I don't need to talk to you then." Then he came back again a second time in the hallway and said he was an investigator from the Manhattan DA's office. And I said, "Okay, show me your shield and some ID. I don't need to show it to you." Then he proceeded to accuse me of things. From the speaker card that he filled out when he spoke, his name was Martin Huerta, who turns out to be the husband of Barbara Mumby, who spearheaded this Pioneer Monument thing. She works as a community investments person at the Arts Commission. It's just another one of those strange things that have to do with the Arts Commission. I don't know those people. I don't know the purpose of that. Maybe it was to alarm me. Maybe, I don't know. I don't get it. But I find it to be one of those very many strange things concerning the Arts Commission.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Victor, do you have a paper copy of the agenda, or either of you? My computer's out of batteries.
Yeah, here.
No, I meant the packet.
Oh, the whole packet.
Big chunky thing.
Want a charger?
Oh, if you don't need... Oh, the problem. Oh, here we go. I'm good.
Probably good for a while.
Take both.
Take it for a while.
Okay. You can stop the clock. Okay, let's call the next item, please. I'm sorry.
Item number 4. Item number 4, file number 17122, complaint filed by the La Playa Park Neighborhood Association against Supervisor Katie Tang for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a complete manner.
I can give a short summary, and I'm sure that
Please go.
the respondent can provide any additional information to fill in.
Okay.
So when we were looking at this item, Mr. Murphy, the petitioner, was looking for or had showed us certain records of emails coming in and out of Supervisor Tang's email and office. There was a bit of a discrepancy about the timestamps on them, timestamps that occur with the email server that were, not on Pacific time, things like that. And so we had asked, and these timestamps would have indicated that emails that he had received to fulfill his Sunshine Ordinance document request, were never provided. After we discussed that inconsistency, it looked like we had most of the information, but we did ask Mr. Murphy to provide some additional documentation regarding the records that have not been provided by Supervisor Tang's office. And so I'm hoping that he can provide that clarification today or can show us in the packet where it is. And that's my summary. Yes, item number 4.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Petitioner or complainant? You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thanks to the members of the task force for your service here and for hearing this complaint again. I'm Mike Murphy, and I'm a member of the Executive Committee of the La Playa Park Neighborhood Association. Mr. Tim Murphy, not related, also the association, originally filed this complaint as we worked independently to garner information from public records requests filed with Supervisor Tang's office and the Planning Department. I've provided the additional evidence that this body requested in continuing this matter. That evidence is substantial, and I thank the Secretary Young and the members of this commission for compiling and reviewing this record. The complaint is straightforward in that a correspondence from Supervisor Tang's office was received by planning from an unregistered device. Nowhere in the duplicate records request filed with Supervisor Tang's office does this correspondence or others from that device appear. This correspondence is on pages 576 and 577. I'd encourage members to give due consideration to a finding of violation of the Sunshine Ordinance by failing to respond to a public records request in a complete manner. I'd like to take the remainder of my time to discuss the significance of this complaint. After a busy political season and my son's graduation day, and I'm sure you're all a little bit worn out, so I appreciate you taking the time to hear my complaint. There are a number of neighborhood concerns that are affected by this record that we have here in front of us. Significant impacts to the transportation network run by MTA. Pedestrian improvements, concrete plans, changes to bus routes and services such as the El Taravel have had significant impacts on the community that I live in and have struck raw nerves for many of our neighbors whose streets are already congested by Uber and Lyft traffic and lately rental scooters. Also massive development plans that are proposed and under construction, such as out-of-scale projects in the Outer Sunset, which are due largely to the Density Bonus Program and Home SF 2.0, and other density bonus plans which benefit real estate developer investors are in the works. There's gentrification scheme at work here too, an influx of overpriced boutique shops, formula retail, indirect displacement. People don't even recognize the neighborhood that we live in anymore. Rampant speculation on the part of wealthy developers and investors, and an exodus of families. My street used to have 40 families on it. Now there's like 4. There are concerns that pay-to-play is in play here in City Hall, and Supervisor Tang's campaign funding has come largely from downtown real estate development investors and large construction firms, bundled in $500 chunks from their employees. This is documented in the Sunset Beacon. I filed one records request, only one other than this in her 5-year term, and that was to ascertain whether or not one of her major funders, Oz Erickson of the Emerald Fund, had attempted to influence her legislation. What I got back in response from that was only one document in which Erickson dictated terms of affordable housing percentages to members of the Board of Supervisors. It was actually an unresponsive document. So the substantive evidence of this complaint, as you have it, this large docket of documents, is important. We see a nested special interest group consisting solely of a legislative aide under Supervisor Tang's direction, a local business owner who would profit by use of so-called improvements and activation of an underutilized public space. In short, what you see is a deliberate plan with nominal public input. Let's keep this group small. You see that in the record. And has all the earmarks of a precursor to gentrification: power branding, encouragement of pioneer discovery, manufactured consent via good governance practices, and phony public process. So that's the haystack that we're looking at. And I appreciate your consideration of this complaint, as well as the important quality of life matters that it affects. If we are to maintain what's left of the fabric of our communities, we need more transparency, which is the business of this task force, and more consideration, which is all of our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, respondent. Is there a representative from Supervisor Tang's office? Seeing none, are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members. Member Josh Wolf.
Through the chair, sorry for not saying this earlier, but similar to the last item, I know Mike Murphy through knowing people in San Francisco and have talked to him about various issues, but none related to this or this organization. So I just wanted to alert my fellow task force members.
Very good. Thank you.
And I have something to add, that I'm feeling really old because I know Mike's wife when she was pregnant with that son who is now graduating. But it will not, impact my ability to judge wisely in this case, although I feel very old right now. Graduating already?
Thank you.
It still feels,
makes me feel better.
I feel a little bit better now.
Member Kanata.
I just want clarification because I believe I read this, that Supervisor Tang had no representative at the committee meeting either.
Correct.
This is becoming more the norm with supervisors?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Are there any questions or clarifications that people would like to have? I have a question for Mr. Murphy.
And I have a question when you're done.
You mentioned a document from Oz Erickson.
Yes.
That was unresponsive for you. That was
unresponsive to my request.
For your request.
Yeah.
Okay. So but you also testified that, and correct me if I'm wrong, or implied that
was a separate. Just to be clear, it was a separate request.
I understand that, but it sounded to me that you were saying that there may obviously have been or should have been some documents from Mr. Erickson regarding the items you have listed in for this request. Did I hear that wrong?
Without saying so directly, what I really meant to intimate was the fact that by having an unregistered device that she's using to communicate, if members of the public like myself want more detail about what's going on behind the scenes, like who's meeting with her, who's communicating with her, what they're saying, we don't have that access. That is not pertinent to this particular complaint, only in a tangential regard.
When you say unregistered device, please explain.
Well, we have in the record and the pages that I point to, there's a record from planning that says basically they don't know where this is coming from. There's no sender on the correspondence.
Can you point us to that page?
Yeah. In the document which the secretary put together for the commission, it's marked as pages 576 and 577.
Oh, that's the ones you mentioned before. Okay.
Does this item go down that far?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Page 126.
No, it keeps going.
That's why I mentioned the significance of the record.
576, and what was the other one, Mike?
577.
Oh, okay.
Went too far. 57. 56. 56.
And I believe that this is the documentation I was talking about, the summary. It's like the server logs.
That's correct.
The dates and timestamps on them.
Yeah. The if I may, Member Wolf.
Hold on a second. So 576 and 7.
So if you look on page 576 at the top, it'll
Yeah, it
say
says
from
no
and it says
value.
no value. So that's, I think,
Okay.
what he was referring to.
I see. Okay.
It says what?
No
value
value.
for-
The first column it's cut off, but it says from. That's the column header. And underneath that, it says no value in.
I see that.
If you look at the, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Member Josh Wolf.
But I don't think that has to do with. I mean, I'm very confused at what the from no value means. But I don't think it pertains to the device. I think it pertains to somehow the email not having a from in its actual like enclosure or whatever the packet the header and footer. I don't know how this is possible. But I don't think that it pertains to the device not being in their system, because that would still show the from of whatever device it was. So if I sent an email to Supervisor Tang, my phone is not in her system in any way, but it'll still say from Josh Wolf in my email address. So I don't know.
I can clarify. So there is an email that corresponds with that document in the packet that is sent from Supervisor Tang. Does that make sense? If you look at the subject and the date and the time, that email is in the packet as being sent from Supervisor Tang. Yet in the server log, it's not showing up as coming from her.
So what is the
system?
That makes some sense,
That's starting
yes.
to make sense. But what is the what is the interface that we're looking at in the top half of
That is
576?
that's like the top of Outlook, where it has the listing of the messages.
Right. So I'm still confused how Outlook would ever deliver me an email that says no value for the from.
No, on 576 is a server log. It's not
Oh, it's server
Microsoft
log.
Outlook. And
Okay.
so there is another.
Got it.
and
I
maybe-
understand now. If it's a server log, it makes more sense.
Okay, yeah.
That seems odd to me that it would be a server log. I don't know. That doesn't look like a server log to me. Server logs would be plain text.
I don't know who was at the complaint committee meeting at that time, but we went through this conversation about how the timestamps here were kind of off from the emails, and that's because all of these timestamps are in UTC because it's from the server log. So that's why there was, and it took us a while to like get there and figure out that.
It's the mail server log.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this is for technically speaking, this log that you're seeing at the top of page 576 is a visual representation of the log in like a web page. It's not in. I would rather be looking at an actual plain text log, so I can see what the headers are. I can see what the actual timestamps. I can see that a timestamp will say UTC next to it, or PST for Pacific time, whatever it was. In that kind of way.
I think
nonetheless, the subject line is the same and the date is the same.
Right. Well, I don't know if everyone knows that. So if
Okay.
you look further down on the same page, you'll see that there's on this page and then the next page,
Yeah.
you'll see that there are emails from Supervisor Tang there. And if you look at the subject of those emails as well as the timestamp, important to look at the minute because this is from UTC. So the server, what we're calling the server log, is in UTC, and the timestamp will be in Pacific time. So the minute and the date will match each other, but the hour will be a little bit off. You'll see that these are emails that Supervisor Tang sent, and because you can see her signature and all of that. But then when you look at the log that is on page 572. Is it 572?
October 12th, 2016. So,
Or I think we should be looking at May 3rd, 2017.
well, it's at the very top of page 576. That's where it's noted. That's May 3rd, 2017 at 10:52, 12 seconds a.m., which is UTC.
Yes.
And then from the message is from Tess Kavanaugh.
Well, that's
which
the
is
forward. But
which
if
is
you,
a forward.
If you keep looking further down, you'll see like the original message.
Is part of the forward or is an individual message?
I think Mr. Murphy could clarify that.
The what this is an attempt to follow up on a previous communication. So whoever sent this, and my assumption it was Katie Tang because it says from Katie Tang to Salvador, comma Ilaria. She's following up on that particular message.
Okay,
that's just my assumption because there's no sending information.
So the way this is the formatting is organized, this was a message that was forwarded from Tess Kavanaugh to Sean M. Kennedy and Ilaria Salvadori. And inside that message is a one paragraph from, well, I don't know. Now this is, okay, so, what's interesting, okay, so now I'm a little.
Yeah, it's like who is the author of the.
Right, we're not, because if you have to look at the, I mean, it's hard to tell right now at this point without, that there's no from header there, okay? That becomes pretty odd to me. I don't know if we're getting into the weeds.
It's not even
here.
a signature.
Yeah.
There's a no value on it.
Right.
Is
Right.
my estimation.
Follow up on
yeah.
the conversation from the back.
Right, and I mean, because I look at everything below the horizontal rule as part of a forward. So I don't know who this is from, and I don't know who is speaking to Tess Kavanaugh and who had CC'd this. It's not clear, and I'm not sure whether what is and what's above it also is not clear.
I think that's what we were asking for clarification on when we requested the additional evidence and documentation.
Right,
'Cause
and
it
it
sounds like an issue that we ran into last time.
And the fact is even if there was no value, it would say from : blank. There would the actual header would still be there. So that's what's weird to me, because if you look at page 575, which is a printout from our administrator, there is headers there. If you look on page 573, okay, that doesn't have that has it in the body, but not in the. That's a repeat. That's a repeat. Yeah, so it's hard to tell. I don't know. Member Josh Wolf.
It seems that it's coming from Supervisor Tang, and that the only reason that the from didn't relay is because it's a forward of her own message, which doesn't actually make a ton of sense, but nothing else makes sense either.
The only thing that would make sense is if someone from the office showed up to make an explanation.
Right.
From that, my belief would be that they understand that they're in violation and they don't feel the need to come here and defend themselves.
Okay.
But, you know.
All right. I feel we're kind of going down a rabbit's hole a little bit on this because we don't have enough information. You know, I mean, I could peruse this thing to look for another, like an email similar. That is an original from a city hall email. I mean, I guess you can look at page 601. That looks like an original. That has a from at the top.
Yeah, these are the same issues that we were running into last
Right.
time in the summary.
Okay.
the lack of the respondent to respond to the questions makes it difficult.
Okay, so let's move on. If there's no other questions with regards to this, we'll move to rebuttals. The respondent comes first, 5 minutes. There is no one representing the respondent. Mr. Murphy, you have 5 minutes for your. I'm sorry, 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I won't take 3 minutes.
Please start the clock.
Okay. Yeah, so again, in looking at this substantial record, there's no evidence of the correspondence that I pointed to as being from an unregistered device. Those records came from the planning department, or they came from the planning department. This is a duplicate request of the one that was filed with Supervisor Tang's office. So we should have a record of that correspondence that I point to in the documents that came from Supervisor Tang's office, and we do not. That's why this haystack that we're looking at. And again, to my mind, it's important, and one of the important functions of this task force is to shine a light on public processes which have gone awry. And it seems quite clear in looking at this evidentiary docket that there's significant problems with the public process in our neighborhood, especially when you look at this nested special interest group, which is running functions through the MTA, Arts Commission, DPW, a number of city organizations. There should be more public input than two members of the community who both stand to benefit from the constructions that are happening. I should also note that Steve Ward, whose name comes up in this, who was a member of the the original group of three who determined this process, he recently came forward as having a proprietary interest in a community benefits organization, which is being set up at La Playa. So it's quite clear to me that this is problematic, and I'd encourage members of the commission to decide accordingly and find in violation. And thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Before you leave, I just have a clarifying question. For all the documents that are in the package today, did you receive those from Supervisor Tang's office?
No. More than half of them came from Supervisor Tang's office. Again, I placed two public records requests to ensure that there was transparency, having on my own concerns about whether or not there was transparency in her office. One to her office, one to the planning department. Same, exactly the same, and that's all in the docket.
Okay, so the documents that are in our packet are from Supervisor Tang's office?
Supervisor Tang's office and the planning department.
And planning, okay.
Right.
All right, great.
That's the proverbial haystack, which
okay.
member Josh Wolf referred to.
Great, thank you. Okay, members, is there a motion?
I mean, it seems to me that documentation was received from planning that it didn't get from Supervisor Tang's office. We have absolutely no information or rebuttal from Supervisor Tang's office because they choose not to show up. So I would say there's at least a violation of 6721, not providing public records.
And
You're
not
making-
sending a knowledgeable representative.
And not sending, never sending forget knowledgeable, any representative.
Okay. Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Oh, second.
Second by member Second by member Hinsey.
I would just like to note that you found the supervisor's office in violation of 6721E at the last meeting, so there's no need to repeat that finding at this time.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they failed to repair at the last SOTF meeting, and you already found them in violation of failure to
on this issue.
So is this
on this matter? Yes,
is this a continued item?
it was continued from the last Sunshine Ordinance
okay.
Task Force meeting.
Got it.
And you found the violation of E, and so today I believe it's just a finding of violation for failing to provide records.
And you note you got no response.
I did not receive any response. Emails were sent.
Okay.
Sorry, Victor. I forgot to.
Yeah.
So would the maker like to amend to 6721?
So not E.
Not E.
I think he actually did say 6721.
Yeah.
He says 6721, which would include E.
He did, but he did say just that.
Right. So you want all of 6721 sans E.
Sans E.
Okay.
For the failure to provide public records as requested.
Right.
Yep.
In a complete manner.
Okay. Anything else for the good of cause, Member Joshua?
I mean, earlier you made a statement about how this seems to be cause for the course with having supervisors not show up. I think it's important that we maintain some sort of a list of which supervisors are not sending a representative, and in this instance, it appears to be a pattern with the supervisor, or it's a pattern just on this issue. But when it is a pattern of basically just refusing to comply with the process of adjudicating sunshine complaints, I think that needs a response from the task force itself.
Through the chair.
Member Vice Chair.
We had
Yes.
I wouldn't quite say similar, but a more egregious case that we forwarded to the district attorney, Gascon, to look into trying to get this information for the requester. But I'm not clear if he's got everything he needs. I think there's still some.
I believe that the district attorney referred it to the Ethics Commission.
Yeah.
Okay. And that, as is his right.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is I don't know if there is still information out there that the requester needs that we can help him with by sending it on.
Well,
Seems like he's got a lot of-
I think it's as a matter of practice.
Consistency.
When a person, at the time the person makes a complaint, we try to intervene is to try and get documents, so to avoid. And if that doesn't, if it's obvious that's not happening, then the complaint goes forward.
And that previous case was after 3 or 4 back and forths from committee to full task force to committee.
Right.
So I don't think this is at that stage yet.
No.
But I think that's what Member Wolf was referring to.
Right. Okay. Public comment on this item, on the motion. Seeing no public comment, please call the roll.
Josh Wolf,
Aye.
Luam Tesfaye,
Aye.
Bruce Wolf,
Aye.
Frank Canada,
Aye.
Chris Highland,
Aye.
Louise Fisher,
Aye.
Fiona Hinsey.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Okay. Let's call the next item.
Must be nice being chair.
Yes.
Lindsay. Since she's voting last tonight.
The order. He's asking about voting order.
Kidding.
Oh, right.
I know. Just a second.
Yeah.
Next item, file number 6, file number 17028, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Kate Patterson and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a complete manner.
Okay, members, this item was continued from last meeting, I believe, and we requested that an index of records and a reason why each document was not disclosable be provided. So this item is picking up where we left off. So let's find out if that was provided. Is there a representative from the Arts Commission? Since we've already gone through the regular process, we're just continuing at this point of before rebuttals. Okay, so our question is did the Arts Commission provide a index of records and why each of the documents is not disclosable? That was denied the petitioner.
Good evening, Chair Wolf and members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Rebecca Krell from the Arts Commission. I believe we did provide the task force with the requested index of records.
Through the chair, Victor, do you know what page that index appears on our packet? Search for the link.
Ms. Krell, can you point us to where we might find this in the package? Or what it would say on it? Would it say index of records along the top? Is it a printout of your website? I'm not seeing a...
Sure. I don't have your packet printed out. I do have the document that staff provided to me. It says index of records at the top.
Can you show it? Do you have a copy of it?
Or the date?
Or the, yeah.
Let me check in with Victor. So I'm going to read the document verbally into the public record. And then if the electronic document copy is not found, I can send it this evening. So it's index of records at the top. It says there's several line items. It says emails and memos from SFAC staff describing incidences of harassment.
Can you hold on one second? Can
Sure.
you put it on the overhead and then read off of it? Because I'm having trouble following this orally. Can you put this on the overhead
Sure. It actually,
projector and
this
then read off of it?
version has a number of handwritten notes on it. It's not a clean copy.
It's a public record, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a little messy.
That's fine.
Okay.
Right. Now, if you want to read it into the record, I can just follow along.
Sure. So it says emails and memos from SFAC staff describing incidences of harassment, number of records, number of records 26, emails from SFAC commissioners describing incidences of harassment or unsolicited communication 6, emails and memos from members of the public experiencing harassment or other disturbing behavior. That number is estimated at 10. Emails and memos from the Street Artist Advisory Committee members describing incidents of harassment or unsolicited communication, and that's 2, and that's a conservative total of 44.
Do we have any standards as to what an index of records is? Because this is not what I thought. This is not what I think of as an index of records, or
Right.
What other index of records that I have seen.
So under
This is like-
6729, it says, and I'll just I'm going to pick from the parts of this. It shall be organized to permit a general understanding of the types of information maintained by which officials and departments, for which purposes and for what periods of retention, and under what manner of organization for accessing, for example, a reference to a name, a date, a proceeding or project, or some other referencing system, period. The index need not be in such detail as to identify files or records concerning a specific person, transaction, or other event, but shall clearly indicate where and how records of that type are kept. Any such master index shall be reviewed by appropriate staff for accuracy and presented for formal adoption to the administrative official or policy body responsible for the indexed records. The city administrator shall be responsible for preparation of this records index. So they're on various websites. This is kind of where we usually find these things. The city administrator sends around to every department head what the format of the index of records are, and it's the same standardized format. And that is what is used to put these documents in so that it's readily available for both staff and for the public. So if somebody calls and says, I'm looking for this or that document, somebody could say, oh, that's on our, do you have internet access? Great. If you do, please go to our website. It's in our index of records. You can find it here. Or there, that kind of thing. That is the purpose of the index of records. I don't know if your website has one or not. You can certainly look for it, but that's the way it's supposed to go. You can probably look at our website as for an example, and that's on our page, and there's a link that says index of records, and there's a place for searching for records, which is a requirement. Okay. Yes, Member Josh Wolf.
Just so I understand this correctly, and I actually would like to hear from both of you, this is essentially a tabulation of the evidence that led to the letter that prompted the complainant to ask for, that prompted the no back and forth email. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just to clarify, I appreciate Chair Wolf the explanation of the format for the index of records traditionally, but the whole purpose, the whole context that prompted this request was the department has maintained on several occasions and has received city attorney advice to the point that these particular records are protected both by city attorney client privilege and by privacy standards. And we've cited the government codes, and I have a lot of supporting documents. So it's not exactly the same purpose that typically an index of records might be used for, but...
So can you speak... Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
So can you speak to... So each of these would have a different criterion potentially as to why you would make the case that they're not turnoverable, presumably, correct? You've broken them into 4 categories for some reason.
So I'm just going to look at...
So specifically what I'm asking is... the third section, emails and memos from members of the public experience harassment or other disturbing behavior. I want to know what the reason that if a member of the public complains about someone and that's resulting in the government responding, how their accusations, well, even if their identity is not disclosable, which I'm not sure of, how their accusations themselves are protected. They're not an employee. They're just a member of the public sending correspondence. Why would that correspondence not be turned overable or disclosable?
Yes, I believe in the past we've maintained that by definition these documents are non-disclosable because there's not a way to redact a name and still protect the person's identity. Because in the past we've had similar cases where
And which part of the law allows members of the public's identity to be protected when they complain about other members of the public?
I will have to look into that and get back to you. I believe we cited 2 code sections which we believe cover all of the types of harassment claims. However, for the purposes of this complaint, the complaint focused, as you said, on the letter that we sent about our own back and forth. And so really, I see that we did include the 10 members of the public, but that could be removed and the rest would still be relevant because the letter in question was regarding staff and commissioners.
But as I understand it, actually, Mr. Trudeau, if you can come up there for a second and just stay nearby because I'm going to need you back in a second. Ms. Trudeau, you were asking for essentially each of these 44 records. That was your request, correct?
If I may.
Go for it.
Thank you. Okay, I supplied a response which I don't find in the packet. If I may. This email that I received April 10th, 2017 at 10:37 a.m. That would have been a culmination of these events which led up to this email that I received. So, being that we have no dates on these supposed transactions, not in the packet, I did not receive it. This is my first time of seeing it. If I may. The Street Artists Advisory Committee did not come into existence until this year. So it cannot be that I did anything to people that I don't know. The thing didn't exist. So that could not have happened in 2016 prior to this email being sent. Then we're talking about these vague incidences that we don't know about. When she's talking about citing sections in the California Code that have to do with withholding or protecting people's identity, they don't pertain. Page 675, 6254C does not pertain to this incident. Page 677K does not pertain to this incident. She cited a narcotics code, which obviously does not pertain to withholding or informant identity. Then we move on to California Government Code 6276.32. Page 697 does not pertain to anything relative to this vague thing. We are talking about justification of withholding and withholding documents. We all know the proper procedure, if documents are going to be reviewed and redacted, is for somebody to identify them with the dates, who sent what, and for somebody to review them for the purposes of redacting and to decide, are we going to give these over to this person or not?
Mr. Bowe, could I ask you a yes or no question?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have a list on the overhead of 44 documents.
Yes.
Are those documents that you are seeking from your records request, yes or no?
I don't believe so because I was supposed to have been abusive. Here, page 703. Abusive of staff at commissioners. The tone of my emails has been exceedingly impolite and at times abusive of staff and commissioners. I don't see how that could happen. I don't know emails of commissioners.
Okay, let me reframe this. Do you want to see what's in these 44 records?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you feel that your request is for those 44 records?
I feel they don't have anything, being that I beat a case in the state court for lack of evidence. Whatever they have, I would certainly like to see.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Krell. So I apologize. When I see the word index of records, I usually think of it as being specific to what the ordinance is. So here and I recall what this is. So here what we were asking for was an index, a listing of each of the records that you were withholding. You don't have to provide any content that's in them, but at least a listing of what they are by title or what have you. Here, this is just a kind of general description of a grouping of records. And what we were asking for also is why for each one of those records they were not disclosable. Okay? If one section of the law is for this document, another section of the law is for this document. Okay? That's what we're looking for. So we're wondering why that wasn't, I'm wondering why that wasn't provided.
Okay, well, we can certainly amend this document. My understanding was this is what you had asked us to provide, but we can amend the document.
As it states, for what a motion that was made, that we requested an index of the records and a reason why each document is non-disclosable be provided. That wouldn't reveal anything too much, and if you can't reveal it for some reason, let us know which documents those are. You can do it like document A is not disclosable, and you can give a general reason. This is for health purposes. This is a personnel file, what have you.
Okay.
And if we feel the need to have those be seen by somebody has more legal status or authority, and we do, then we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. Members?
Yeah, I'm
Member Canal.
concerned. I have a question. I'm concerned.
Sure.
I believe I heard you say that even redacted, you don't feel you can hand these documents over. And I'm really confused by that. If you're looking to protect people, if you don't include who the complaining person is on these emails, the nature of the complaint would be necessary for Ms. Trudeau to know why this email that was sent to her was sent.
Sure. So I think it was Chair Wolf who made the point of there's different laws that would govern commissioners and staff and workplace safety issues from complaints from members of the public. So I believe that the advice that we received from the city attorney governs those concerns expressed by staff and commissioners. And so those are the documents that we are maintaining that we have a legal right to withhold based on advice that we received from the city attorney.
Well, going back to Chair Wolf's point, we would need to see those for each individual.
Itemized. Yes, understood.
DC Acola.
Through the chair, just to clarify, I think there were a few exemptions based on what the respondent is alleging that could possibly apply here. You've got an official information privilege. Complainants regarding conduct in their workplace have the right to complain about that and remain anonymous. And if there are documents that are responsive to the request that wouldn't identify them by name, but the nature of the document itself would reveal enough information that would let someone know what their identity is, you got a right to withhold the whole thing. There's also potentially a labor code issue involved in here because you have public employees that are making complaints to their employer about conduct that happens in the workplace that may end up in their personnel file, and there's privacy issues regarding those as well.
Granted, I agree with that. My question is that somebody has to produce something that says de facto that those documents and those codes or those citations for exemption are applicable to that actual file, that actual record. Somebody has to see the record and corroborate that. I think that's important. We don't, frankly, this is no aspersion on anybody. We don't have subpoena power here, and we don't have the ability to swear anybody in. So it's anybody could say anything for whatever reason or convenience. So that's why I said if there's any question about any of these documents, we could have somebody that has the authority for seeing something in camera and report back to us whether the law that was cited for withholding is correct or not. Otherwise, redaction is the only other way.
Okay, I am looking at a memo dated March 7th from the Office of the City Attorney. It's signed by Deputy City Attorney Bradley Russi. I don't know if that's you or not, but it specifically says, we conclude that records related to workplace safety issues and harassment of city personnel constitute, quote, personnel or similar files under Section 6254C. So I believe that review already happened, but I can go ahead and amend this document to provide the detail you requested, and we can go through the process again.
Well, if the city attorney's already reviewed that, then they should be able to provide that kind of detail for each one also.
Okay.
Whoever reviewed it. I mean, that's a blanket statement for 44 records. Frankly, to me, it's a little hard to follow. Okay, members, how should we dispense with this? Do you want to continue and wait for another response? Or what? Member Josh Wolf.
I think we should continue it and hear it in a committee because basically we're dealing with this sort of slow unraveling of these records. At the end of the process, there may be a violation around timeliness or anything else. But at this moment, we're still sort of pulling at the thread, and we can't complete that process without taking this to another meeting.
So shall we refer this to compliance and amendments, have them give a report?
Seems good to me, Member
That seems to be the
Kenyatta.
place to do it.
Sure.
Okay. Shall we do that by motion? Let's do it by
think so,
motion.
right?
Okay. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion to continue this matter to compliance and amendments.
Continue the matter for the task force, but to refer the matter to compliance and amendments for the purposes of receiving.
Yes, I would like to continue this matter for the SOTF and then refer the item to compliance and amendments to continue parsing through. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd like it to be more specific and to continue to have the Arts Commission provide a reason for each of these individual 44 items as to why they can't be released.
It's your subcommittee, so go ahead and make the motion. I'll
Go
second
ahead
it.
and make the motion.
Okay, the motion is to continue this to the task force and refer to compliance and amendment and have the Arts Commission provide a reason that each of these 44 items are not disclosable.
I'll second that.
Would there also want to be a description of each of those 44, as in a title or something?
Yes.
And I don't believe there's a reason to continue. If you refer it to committee, they will automatically send it back to the task force for hearing. So I believe the action will be just to refer to the compliance and amendments committee with instructions to provide this additional information and to request the compliance and amendments committee to send it back to the task force once they have collected that information.
All right, so this item will remain open.
Yes.
Essentially. Okay.
How's that different than being continued, though?
If it's continued, it stays at the task force and it doesn't go anywhere.
Well.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
We're keeping the item the item open.
Right. Okay.
It's just semantical. Okay. All right. It's been moved by Member Kanata, second by Member Josh Wolf. Public comment. No, your party.
There was no rebuttals.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Wait, we started this continuance
right.
after the rebuttals. We heard the rebuttals 3 months ago.
Did we? Are you sure?
I believe this matter was.
I
would just like to put
No,
something.
it says the minutes say the petitioner and respondent were provided an opportunity for rebuttals. That's the minutes from February 7th, 2018.
Can I bring up 3 points?
No, we're in the middle of motion. We're about to do it. You can bring it up at the complaint committee, at the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Okay. Okay, so public comment on the motion. Seeing no public comment, please call the roll.
Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Member Luam Tesfaye.
Aye.
Chair Bruce Wolf.
Aye.
Member Frank Canada.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chris Highland.
Aye.
Member Louise Fisher.
Aye.
Member Fiona Hinsey.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Ms. Chabot, if you want to submit those points in writing to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, they'll have it as they're making their...
I submitted a response. It didn't appear in the packet.
You just said you had some points that you wanted to make. I'm suggesting if you want to put those in writing, and we'll make sure it gets it to the...
Brad Rusi is the supervisor of records. I did not file a petition, and the memorandum was not included in the packet.
I'm not asking for you to verbally give us the points. I'm asking...
I have a life.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to put it in writing so that it'll be in front of the committee. It's going to be making the recommendation.
This complaint is 2 years old.
Please call the next item.
Next item, file number 17067, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Ann Trickey and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7 by failing to post an agenda for a policy body.
Okay.
So a key part of this item had to do with what kind of body this organization is. We also were asking for detailed minutes and audio of the meeting to kind of gain an understanding of that. I'm sure that Mr. Bo can fill in the other portions of it, but that was one of the main issues that we were looking for, and that's why we had requested an audio recording of the meeting to be placed into the file. That was sent around, I think, earlier this week by the clerk for us to listen to and gain some insight on what kind of organization this is.
Okay, thank you. Please start the clock for 5 minutes.
Ready?
A moment.
Okay.
She gets 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So once again, I filed a response. I personally took it up to the clerk, and I watched Hyacinth stamp it in. It's not in the file. So I did not get an audio copy of this hearing on June 14th, 2017. It doesn't appear online. So my issues are twofold. First off, I sent an IDR asking for documents. I didn't get the documents of that. And this meeting, as you can see on page 755, it said, know your rights under the Sunshine Ordinance. And at committee, it was Member Moss who pointed that out. So my belief was that the meeting today, included in the packet, was supposed to be a definition, a summary, maybe a charter, an area in the charter or San Francisco Police Code 25 that would define what this type of meeting was and give everybody some kind of direction to go off of. Nothing is in the packet. I do recall Kay Patterson at the committee level saying, oh, I don't know what that's about, but I'll get Ann Trickey in here who will explain it to you. Well, we don't have that. I've been to many of those meetings, and I know much more than Ms. Krill how they work and how they go about doing. In this type of administrative meeting, it is a public meeting. Typically, they send out notices to street artists only. That is not the way it should go. It is a public meeting. It should be posted, and people should be allowed to attend. The way they do it is, if you ask us about it, then we'll tell you where it took place or so. So basically, the purpose of this meeting, 2 people always attend. In this one, it was Howard Lazar and Alyssa Ventre. 2 staff members were there. And this street artist in question was there. A requirement was that he was supposed to promise to not to do this thing again and sign a statement. So that would have been included in the packet of the documents that I requested. I didn't get any documents other than a meeting that took place and a statement of somebody who did not attend the meeting that was read. So there are 2 issues here. That this is a meeting that is an administrative meeting. There was a decision made that the guy signed a document saying he wouldn't repeat this type of offense again. So it is a policy body, and it was created, I believe, by the Arts Commission, and there is precedent in this. I included an order of determination by William Clark that had to do with a focus group, very much created this exact same way, having to do with the exact same situation. And that was found to be a policy body. First, a passive meeting body, and then he came in and presented evidence that it was a policy body. So the order was amended. This is the exact same situation. So the Arts Commission did not comply with their request today. They were supposed to have emailed me an audio of this meeting and include in the packet a detailed explanation of how this type of meeting was created, by whom, and so it's not in the packet. This is an old situation, May 23rd, 2017, when this event took place. You know, if somebody is going to make a complaint, you would think that they would show up at a meeting. Instead, some other street artist gave a statement. He was scared. He came to me and wanted to represent him. That's how I got involved in that.
Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, the petitioner? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Wolf. The Arts Commission is maintaining that this is not a public meeting based on the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.3 definition.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to start again?
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Okay. So I have the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.3 definition in front of me. Obviously, I know you're all familiar with it. This is a meeting that is held by a single staff member. Occasionally, there's 2 staff members there. But we don't believe it's a public meeting based on the Sunshine Ordinance definition, and it is not a policy body. I can describe more what it is. It's a public hearing. It's set forth in the notice to artists, and it was established with the advice of the city attorney and ratified by the Arts Commission in 1996. It's an administrative process which allows artists in the program to bring witnesses in their defense or attend if interested. Mm-hmm. It's related to due process requirements which govern civil and criminal proceedings in a court of law, which are also not public meetings as defined by the Sunshine Ordinance. I have various other definitions of what it is if there's questions about what it is.
Is that the end of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Members? Oh, I'm sorry. Any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members? So I have a question, Ms. Crow. Looking on page 757, was this posted somewhere?
It's not posted.
It's not posted. Do you notice that at the bottom of the page it says "Know Your Rights under Sunshine Ordinance"?
I don't think I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at.
On page 758 of our, I'm looking at the two-pager of the agenda.
Oh.
That was Wednesday, June 14th, 2017.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, it's a one-item agenda, and at the bottom of the page it says "Know Your Rights under Sunshine." So I think we're going to be asking some questions as to how this kind of venue was created. There are things like the colored curb hearing from the MTA.
Mm-hmm.
It's one person. It's a hearing officer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it's a public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The question is, there are other questions that come into this. Who is invited to these meetings?
Mm-hmm.
If they are of any kind of confidential kind of thing, and it is covered, and if it is covered under the Brown Act, that those things should be held in a closed session, if applicable. That kind of stuff is going on. So I think what we need to first ascertain is how this got created, who the program, and is the program director the one who's running the meeting, or is that just the name of the meeting and somebody else is there?
Right. No, that's the title of a staff member who's running the meeting.
It's a title of a staff member. Okay. Who actually? How was this created? This particular.
My understanding, as I stated, is it was created in 1996 with advice from the city attorney.
Yeah, but the advice of the attorney is to have such a venue, but then how did it come to be after that?
I believe the Arts Commission did ratify the administrative procedure.
Okay, so under the ordinance, that would make it a policy body, because the commission itself created it. If a staffer, a manager, were to create some internal meeting, in that kind of way, then it would be considered a passive meeting body. But under that section that you, for the 67.3, where is it here? Policy body, any advisory board, commission, committee body created by initiative of a policy body. So if the commission had voted to create it, that's an initiative of the policy body.
Okay, well, what I'm reading says policy body shall not include a committee which consists solely of employees of the city and county of San Francisco, unless such committee was established by charter or by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors, which this was not any of those things.
Okay. Members, any other questions? This is a one-member body?
Occasionally, there's also an associate. I mean, there's only two
It's
people
only staff,
that.
but it's only
It's
staff.
only staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One moment. Oh, I know what I want.
I have a question.
Yeah, Member Josh.
This is sort of related to where you were going, but on page 757, the last line, public comment in regard to specific items will be taken before or during consideration of the item. How do you have a non-public meeting and take public comment? That's a question for you.
Okay, well, it's not a public meeting based on the sunshine definition, but it's a hearing, and so there's administrative procedures which govern the hearing, which allow for testimony and comment.
Right, but the actual language on 757, the last line, is public comment in regard to specific items will be taken before or during consideration of the item. The meeting was not notified to the public, so how can the public participate in public comment without knowing there's a meeting?
Okay, so I think what you're reading from the Know Your Rights Under the Sunshine Ordinance.
No, that's on the other page. I'm reading the last line on 757.
Below adjournment.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yes. Our agenda for our meeting. The members of the program are notified of the hearing and can attend. So it's not a closed meeting. It is open to the public in that sense, but it is not noticed, and we're maintaining that it doesn't. It's not required to comply with the.
So
Sunshine.
So do I understand this, that essentially, like, your argument, or I'm sorry, not your argument, but your position
Yes.
is that this meeting is not exactly a public meeting, but if the public happens to know about it, they can come in. It's notified to program members, but not the entire public. But if someone happens to walk by 401 Van Ness Suite 125 at 10 a.m. on the 14th and walks into the meeting, they have an opportunity to engage in public comment. Is that what you're essentially saying?
They would. I mean, the purpose of the administrative hearing is really to facilitate when there's been a conflict between two license holders, between two members of the program. It's an opportunity for Arts Commission staff to help resolve whatever interpersonal conflict has arisen. And so we do notify all the members of the program because it may be of interest to them, but not the general public because it's very specific to a specific conflict between two
It
people.
still seems to me a little puzzling to include this line about public comment when in effect you're seeking something other than public comment. I'm not sure that this wasn't just copy pasted as a sort of protocol from the other Arts Commission meetings, because it makes more sense in that context that it just got copied and pasted, which is also how perhaps the next 5 graphs of this about the ringing of cell phones and all this, like, I think this is just your boilerplate language.
Right.
But I kind of am seeking a affirmative answer as to whether that belongs there or is just there because it's boilerplate language.
Okay, I think that would be a question for the city attorney. I agree with you. That is our boilerplate language. It is a public meeting in the sense that it's open to the public, but we do not notice it as we do our other meetings of policy bodies because it is not a policy body.
Thank you.
Through the chair. I'm remembering a past case where I think we determined where they had an advisory committee that we deemed to be a public, and therefore we found them in violation, et cetera, et cetera. This is similar to that, but not. I mean, you know, there's some policy bodies that would hold, you know, some meetings behind closed doors, you know, whether it was, you know, performance or disciplinary meetings. This is not quite that either. So I'm just wondering if, you know, based on the path we've gone down before, with this particular body, whether this would also fall under, I mean, that's the crux of the matter. Do we deem this to be, a public meeting? And I think that's where Member Wolf is going. But, I mean, we have some history in this area with this particular body.
Member Josh Wolf.
Just a quick pointer. This is the same body that we had those meetings with the Clark brothers around. It's the same.
No, it's not.
That was different. That was an.
That's not the street artist program.
It is. This is an administrative and enforcement hearing process.
But it's a different body, is what you're saying?
It's a different body. Yes.
It's the admin wing of that body. So again, that's what brought the other case to mind. That.
Right. I guess I'm not understanding how all these.
So the Clark brothers was an advisory committee on various issues surrounding the street artist program. The Arts Commission was claiming that it was an advisory committee. The Clark brothers were saying that it wasn't an advisory committee, but instead a policy body because it was created by resolution of the Arts Commission itself.
And
so that makes it a policy body.
And through the chair.
Right, but what is the body that this is?
So this is a one-person body that is administrative, that even though it was created by the commission, it only solely consists of employees. And under 67.3 D6, quote unquote, quote, policy body, unquote, shall not include a committee which consists solely of employees of the city and county of San Francisco unless such a committee was established by charter or by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors. That is what the Arts Commission's argument is.
So to continue through the chair, it's like
Member Kanata after that.
I was going to say, I mean,
Hold on.
kind of begs the question: why don't they just have this employee that handles these administrative functions meet with the people directly in the office, deal with it, move on? Why did it even rise to a public?
It does. That's a question I think you can ask Ms. Krell or of them. But the question is does it make a difference? Does that then does it change the nature of that body under 67.3 D6? Member Kanata.
I was just going to reiterate that the issue with the Clark brothers, that body had people on it that were not employees.
Right.
I just didn't realize there were two bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you going down that road, and that's where I was before, and that's what I want to.
Yeah. In the record there is our order of determination for the Clark brothers to show that something like this was done before, that Ms. Gerbeau had mentioned. So okay. Thank you, Ms. Carl. Shall we? Any other questions, clarifications? Shall we move to rebuttals? Yes, rebuttals. Okay, Ms. Krell, you've got 3 minutes for rebuttal. Okay, thank you.
Just in closing, to reiterate that this meeting is a public hearing. It was established with the assistance of the city attorney in 1996, and the requirements governing it are related to due process requirements under the law. It does not meet any of the definitions of passive meeting body or policy body in the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Reset the clock, please.
Ms. Krill keeps mentioning a city attorney memo. Memos are quite expensive to write and maintain. Each one has a unique number to it. She has not included this so-called memo in the packet. She has not even referenced a memorandum number. So this is another vague invention that we don't know. And if this memo in her response came into law in 1998, a memo is a memo. It does not turn into law. So the mention of codify, I gave you a definition of codify on page 750. That doesn't meet the requirement. So the 67.3C doesn't apply, 67.3B doesn't apply, and they were asked to supply the audio for this meeting today so we could listen to it, have evidence, and not be based on some weird conjecture, and that she would provide a detailed explanation as to how this meeting came into existence. If you listen to her, she said it came into existence through the Arts Commission. It probably came up in their agenda at some point. I wouldn't know, since there's no reference as to a date or when this took place, but it was more than likely a vote. And this is going down the same road as Clark's brothers, who came back a second time and showed you the agenda of the full commission where that specific type of meeting was voted on by the Arts Commission. So that would fall into the requirements of the Sunshine Ordinance. Ms. Krill has not complied with your request. This complaint is over a year old. They certainly had enough time to supply the audio. And since it doesn't post online, we're all left wondering what's going on here. No further clarification or facts and evidence was presented today to give you something to go off of.
Thank you. Members? Is there a motion? Member Josh Wolf.
I'm not prepared to make a motion, but the way I see this situation is that there's a meeting that doesn't appear to be required to be public, that is presented in ways that make it appear like it could be public, such as this boilerplate language about public comment and the rest of the Know Your Rights Under Sunshine Ordinance being included in that document. But as I parse through this with what's in front of me, I don't see a violation so much as in 1996 that this probably didn't necessarily get set up the ideal way, and now we're sort of looking at something that appears like a public meeting but isn't firmly in one camp or another.
I tend to think that the ordinance was written directly to include such a body like this that was already in existence, that it's a body or a committee that is made up solely of employees, and that because of that, it is it was not established by the charter or by ordinance or a resolution of the Board of Supervisors, so it cannot be a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance. If it's not a policy body, what other kind of body it could be? The only two types we have are a policy body or a passive meeting body, and this doesn't rise to a passive meeting body either.
So what is it then?
It is an administrative. It's an administrative body. It's an internal to that department. It's like a staff meeting or a personnel meeting with an employee. You know, an administrative. It's just an internal administrative process. So there's no requirement for it to be public at all.
Right. That's
even though they allow the public or certain members of the public to observe it or even participate in it, it doesn't automatically make it a quote unquote. It makes it a public. It makes it a meeting that's open to the public. It doesn't necessarily make it a public meeting under Sunshine or the Brown Act.
Exactly.
That's my point.
That was sort of what I was stumbling through as well.
Okay, great. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I think we should at least make a motion to find vote no violation, if that's your pleasure. Or motion?
So moved.
Moved by Member Hensy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hyland. Public comment. No public comment. Please call the roll.
Member Wolf.
Pass.
Member Tesfaye.
Aye.
Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Member Kanata.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Member Fisher.
Aye.
Member Hensy.
Aye.
And you still have to go back to me, actually. I don't get to actually completely pass.
Yeah, there's no abstentions.
I can't abstain. I just passed. So you have to go back to me. And I'll vote no.
And you vote no. Okay.
So say his name so that you can get it in the record for his vote.
Member Josh Wolf.
No.
Voting.
So
Okay.
Are you the new victor?
The motion passes.
Motion passes. Okay. What were you saying, Member
I was
Fisher?
a little late and I wasn't introduced. This is Cheryl, and are you taking
Cheryl
over
Leger.
for Victor at some point? Is that
I'm
the
sorry?
plan?
We're in
are you
pro-
taking over for Victor?
Yeah, in a while.
Muzzle tough.
Yeah, we're in process of transition.
Muzzle tough. The more trained, the better.
Yeah. Okay. Please call next item.
Next item, number 8, file number 17120, complaint filed by Ann Trabeau against Ann Trickey, Arts Commission, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sections 67.13 and 67.15 B, C, D, by failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body without abridging or prohibiting public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city.
Okay. Okay, but let's get a preamble from our complaint committee chair.
So the complaint committee heard this item on February 27th, 2018. It is regarding the abridgment of public comment. The petitioner was providing public comment at a meeting of the Street Artist and Craft Examiners Committee. Her public comment appeared to be limited to what the committee thought was within their jurisdiction, and so her comment was interrupted at that time. We have an audio recording that hopefully we can just listen to that our committee did not get to hear to get more detail on what actually occurred that day.
Okay. Shall we listen to the audio recording before testimony?
Yeah.
Yes? I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, let's do that.
Please switch the audio, please. Please switch the display to public PC.
I'm not seeing it, Victor.
Are you asking us to do that, or?
No, it's asking me.
Oh, okay. Cheryl, okay.
Public
Ms.
PC.
Leger.
It's going to be quite loud. I will adjust momentarily.
You're having fun in this house.
You need to unmute it, please. Lower right-hand side.
Presentation unmuted.
Okay. Give me a second.
Yeah. Ooh.
Bruce, I was going to tell her, at the risk of losing our perspective.
Can you do this Saturday? Coming Saturday? Yeah, I am. You are? Oh, no. That's Saturday.
All right, so do you want to start recording? It's on? Okay, great.
Okay.
So I'm just going to read my little preamble. Okay. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody, and thank you for attending this meeting of the Advisory Committee of the Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. Before we start, I'm just going to remind everyone about some policies for this public meeting procedure. First, some housekeeping items. As an audience member, if you are not speaking at the podium or being screened, please keep quiet. The room is very live, as you can tell, and background conversation affects our audio recordings. So we ask that you take this moment to silence any devices that may make noise, and I will also silence mine right now. Sweet. And great. And then if you must have a conversation that's not part of the screening, please take it outside the room. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. As a courtesy for everyone here, the men's restrooms are right next door down your hallway to the right. The women's and the all-gendered restroom are on the other side of the building. It has a changing table, and in case of emergency, our nearest exit is also down the hallway to the right. We have an emergency assembly location that's in the front of the Horseshoe Drive, and once you've been marked safe there, you're free to go. We just have to make sure the building's cleared. So at this meeting, we are bound to follow the structure of our agenda and adhere to the best practices set out in the Good Government Guide. At every public meeting, there is a place for general public comment where members of the public may make comment on any item pertaining to this body. In this case, please keep your general public comments to items under the purview of the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. If you have comments on other aspects of work pertaining to the Arts Commission or the City and County of San Francisco, we ask that you attend the committee meeting relevant to your comment. For every item on the agenda, there is also a space for public comment pertaining to that item. Respectfully, we ask that you keep your public comment on topic. For example, during new business and announcements, if there are none from the committee, members of the public may request new business items for upcoming meetings of this committee, so the Advisory Committee. However, items outside of the committee's purview would not be appropriate. In addition, any individuals making public comment may also submit a 150-word summary of their comment to be included in the minutes of the meeting. As a reminder, the summary may be rejected if it exceeds the prescribed word limit or it is not an accurate summary of the speaker's comment. So that means if it says something different than what you said on record, it may be rejected. So members of the public have the right to criticize the body's programs, practices, policies, and services, as well as its members of staff. That said, the presiding officer, whom today is myself, since we have no chairperson, may reasonably confine a speaker's comments to the item under consideration or to the subject matter jurisdiction of this committee. Please keep in mind that neither the Brown Act nor the Sunshine Ordinance protects members of the public from liability for defamatory statements made during public comment. So I think we're all good. Usually I read also the mayor's policy on discrimination or harassing remarks, but essentially all protected classes are protected. And if there are any such remarks, the presiding officer, myself in this case, has the ability to stop the meeting, have a pause, and come back. So with that said, I'm going to do roll call. And so for today, we have committee member Sandy Barnes. Here. Committee member Carolyn Kuali'i. Here. Committee member Sean Nash is absent. Committee member John Wing. Here. That means we have a quorum. So the next item is general public comment. Is there any general public comment?
Your statement was incorrect.
Wait, can you wait for me to keep the timer, please? Thank you. Okay. 1, 3, 2. Go ahead.
The timer is to be on mute. The Sunshine Ordinance allows for general public comment, and which is any type of speech. It's not censored. So my statement is, Ann Trickey lied under oath at this September 13, 2017 Board of Permits and Appeals hearing. She claimed that a 5-story landmark building in Midtown Manhattan was the...
So I'm going to pause this. I'm pausing this because this isn't under the purview of this.
You are abridging my public comment.
This isn't under the purview of the committee.
You are abridging my public comment.
You can speak to items that are pertaining
No,
to the
ma'am.
committee.
The Sunshine Ordinance allows for politically protected free speech.
But this committee doesn't have anything on Board of Appeals.
Start the clock again.
So I'm going to take any other public comment that has pertaining to this committee. If you wanted to speak on something for this committee, you're more than welcome to. Okay, so we're going to move on.
I'm sorry. Start the clock again.
If you need me, if you want to speak on something pertaining to this committee, you're more than welcome to.
Start
Otherwise,
the clock again.
I will go get the security guard for the building.
Feel free to get the security guard.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. Be right back.
Yes, she never paused it. I read my statement and I handed it in.
I've heard enough.
That doesn't mean everybody else is heard to speak for myself.
I'm with Chris.
Ann Trickey lied under oath. September 13th,
Let me take a straw poll. Josh, have you heard enough?
She claimed that a 5-story
Okay.
landmark building...
Has everybody heard? Does anybody want to hear more?
And that I lived there.
Does the commissioner think that we've heard all that supports her case?
Is there enough?
I'm reading from a statement, and
I know, but do you think that we've heard all that we need to hear from this thing?
It's your committee. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Mailboxes of the building.
Thank you. Okay, now let's start with the hearing process. Petitioner, 5 minutes. Please start the clock. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Wait for the clock to start.
Three minutes or 5?
5 minutes.
I had not been to an advisory committee meeting in 2 years or more. I went there in good faith. There were no supporting documents as you walked in. So I did make an IDR later, which is included way at the end of your packet, some written statement, but that was not available at the meeting. And the codes that are at the bottom of it do not apply. I included copies of these codes in the packet. There's that. No supporting documents. This audio was not paused at all. She went out to get some security guards. You see there was a pause. I sat down, and after a time, I stood up and I read my 150-word summary. One guard came in. You can hear his voice later on the tape. He actually had his hands on me. I was seated to the side over there, and the audio did not stop at any point, and it picked up a lot. The guards saying that I'm going to go to jail, I'm going to be banned from the building. I said nothing. I sent Bill Graham an email. He's the director of security of the War Memorial Complex while it was going on. I said absolutely nothing. So I had read my statement, and if you continue on, at the end of my statement, I said, I read my statement, and I am handing it to Carolyn Kanai. I had met her prior to the meeting, so it was there on the table. Ann Trickey came in a second time, and she was motioning to me from that side to leave like this. I'm sorry I didn't videotape it because I was taken by aback that this was actually happening. So she went out a second time. The audio never paused. She never paused the meeting. There was no, can you stop the meeting? There was nothing. The members at the table sat there silent. I said nothing. After I read my statement, I sat down. So 2 guards came in, a male and a female, and they actually had their hands on me, and they were trying to drag me out. It was mind-boggling. I was stunned that this was happening. Nobody in the room said anything. I did not leave, but I did say several times barriers to attendance prohibited because she was motioning for me to leave. And I said the words to remind her that what she's doing is not correct. I was not going to engage her in any sort of discourse at all. So the second time, Krill was not in the room. There's no videotape of the meeting. There were several people there waiting to be screened. I was shaking. I was in a panic. I did hand in my statement. I sat down to the side again. The second time, the security came, trying to drag me out. When Tricky came in, she wanted to move on, or she wanted me to talk about something else. I didn't say a word. So she moved on to the second item, which was something to do about copying, which you see in the packet 867 to 880. When she finished her long-winded thing, I simply said, ma'am, these are supporting documents that should be made available to the public. You're passing them among the table there, but you've not made them available to us. She recorded that I made some sort of criticism. I believe I did stay longer. I tried to calm down. I was actually hyperventilating. I was kind of bent over. And Bill Graham opened the door, so I went out to speak with him. And then I came back in later with another written public comment, which I read during that particular item, and it did appear in the minutes. The statement of Rebecca Krill is not true. I did not refuse to leave the podium. I was not grabbing onto the podium. Krill was not there. There was no recorded message. And in fact, sometime later, I did contact Brad Rusi, the supervisor of records, and I said, why isn't my statement in the minutes? And he contacted them, and he was told there was no statement. There was a statement. I handed it to them.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant, the petitioner? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Rebecca Crowell, San Francisco Arts Commission. Ms. Trabeau is alleging she was prohibited by staff to give public comment at the November 7th, 2017 Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. Since Ms. Trabeau gave multiple public comments at this meeting and never left or was made to leave, this complaint is without merit. And then I wanted to go on to quote Section 67.15 of the Sunshine Ordinance on public testimony, which states every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body on items of interest to the public that are within policy body's subject matter jurisdiction. And that is part of the preamble that you heard staff give at the beginning of the meeting on the audio that was read. During the general public comment, as you heard, Ms. Trabeau brought up matters relating to the Board of Appeals. When asked to confine her comments to the body she was addressing, she became aggressive, raising her voice against staff, grasping the podium, and refusing to yield to other members of the public who wished to give comment. Her behavior was so disruptive, staff had to leave the meeting and seek assistance from building security. Security came to the room and Ms. Chabot eventually left the podium. However, she continued to disrupt the meeting by holding a personal phone conversation in the meeting room. And then Section 67A.1 of the Sunshine Ordinance prohibiting the use of cell phones, pagers, and similar sound-producing electrical devices at and during public meetings. And I have that statement, which I'm sure you're familiar with. After Ms. Chabot finished her prohibited phone conversation, she continued to give public comment on other agenda items. At no time was she barred from giving public comment or removed. She was asked to leave and hold her phone conversation outside, which she did not. Again, since Ms. Chabot gave multiple public comments at this meeting and never left or was made to leave, this complaint is without merit. Thank you. Happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none? Okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
Ms. Kroll, if you could approach. Who is the staff member reading the preamble in that piece that we heard?
Ann Trickey is the staff member reading the preamble.
Okay. And at the point where Ms. Chabot starts her comment, is that your section of public comment, general public comment of that advisory board meeting?
Correct. The meeting had just begun. Yes.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how you guys handle general public comment, but the way in this body and many others is it's comment on items not on the agenda. So the
right.
scope is quite wide, and at this body we get all sorts of comments about everything, and generally we just let them run. So I'm just curious, why did she object to that particular subject matter?
It's based on this Section 67.15 of the Sunshine Ordinance on public testimony, which stating it's an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body on items of interest to the public that are within the policy body's subject matter jurisdiction. So that is still broad. It could be obviously something not on the agenda. That's what general public comment is. But our understanding is it's within the policy body's subject matter jurisdiction based on the Sunshine Ordinance.
All right. And refresh me, what exactly was she talking about?
She was talking in that first one that you heard under general public comment. She brought up matters relating to the Board of Appeals. So that's not an Arts Commission body, and it's a different body that we have no jurisdiction over.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question on that.
Sure.
So when she brought up the Board of Appeals, it sounded like she was interrupted immediately. And, I mean, it is possible to bring up the Board of Appeals in an item related to the Arts Commission.
Although not related to this body, not related to this advisory committee body.
But it's still the arts. It could be related to the Arts Commission, which could be considered pertinent to any Arts Commission body. So I'm just wondering why she was interrupted before the context of her comment was understood.
And just to follow up to that, when I first heard the recording, it sounded like she was making general public comment on a specific agenda item, and that's actually the reverse.
No, not a...
So I would...
No.
I'm going to agree with Member Kanata there that I think Ms. Trickey, who cut her off, you've got to exercise a bit more lenience and let that comment run. Most of the time, it's just easier to let it run, let them hand in their statement, and then you move on to the next speaker. That didn't appear very accommodative at all to me.
Member Josh Wolf.
I'm listening to what my colleagues say, but as I remember listening to that, it sounded like it started off with a rather accusatory tone, if not statement, towards the person who was maintaining the meeting. And although that doesn't have anything to do with much of anything, it does potentially speak to why the statement was interrupted in the way that it was. I don't know where that statement was going. None of us do. But it's possible it would have come back to a matter central to that policy body and not items on the agenda, which is really speaking to what both of you colleagues were saying earlier.
Okay. And then...
Wait a minute. Go ahead, finish.
So I'm concerned about the idea of someone being accused during public comment and silencing the person who's making this claim. Not to suggest that there's any merit or isn't merit to the claim. This is a disconcerting interaction that I listened to. That's what I've got to say right now.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland.
And I was going to say the other side of the coin is, and I'm saying this just personally as myself, I'm afraid, Mr. Trudeau, I don't believe you that you went to that meeting in good faith. I have a seat. This is not a question. This is just a statement. I've, as chair of this, as acting chair of this body, I've asked you to leave your personal axe grinding out of task force business. I know I'm not the only one that's done that, and I wish you wouldn't bring these matters at such a personal level. And I'm not. It's not just a statement. I'm just saying this is the other side of the coin. So I certainly can understand that meeting moderator reacting the way they did, but that's the other side of the coin. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Beau. You said that you were reading. Were you reading from a 150-word statement? Comment?
Yes, I was.
Is that in our record here?
Yeah, if you listen to the audio,
Should be in our.
I read it and I said this is read into the.
No, I understand that, but I'm looking for the context and the content of your comment, because the Arts Commission is claiming that it was not within the jurisdiction of this particular meeting.
What I was reading, I had a Board of Appeals hearing. I applied for a street artist permit. And after a lot of prodding of Cynthia Goldstein, the executive director, because they weren't responding, it was about 6 months, the Board of Appeals decided to take jurisdiction.
Fine,
so
but
I was reading a factual statement. It was not a axe to grind against anybody.
I understand that. Just my question is I want to know what the content of what you had started to talk about. It was not easy for me to hear or understand because of the ambient noise in the room, and because then you were interrupted. So I couldn't quite hear enough of what you were saying to be able to understand what the content is. If you were reading from a 150-word comment, I would like to see that. So that I can corroborate what they're arguing.
Through the chair, is that in our package, Victor?
I asked if it was. I did not see it, and that's why I asked Mr. Beau. And if not, then Mr. Beau, if you can reiterate to us what it is that you had, what you were saying, as close to word for word as possible, that would help.
Through the chair, didn't you say she gave it to a copy to the meeting body?
Yes, but it's not. She gave it to the Arts Commission, but
I handed it in at the meeting,
but not here. So
right, I'm wondering if the Arts Commission would have it in their minutes.
I don't know if Ms. Carl has it with her. But
the second written public comment appeared in the minutes, which I handed to the same person.
I understand, but I'm only concerned about this one that you were interrupted for. I don't see it in the in the packet at all. But again, if you can recall and tell us as close to word for word what you were saying, that would be helpful. I mean, were you criticizing somebody?
Absolutely not. I don't know these people.
Were you were you providing any criticism of a program, of a policy, or services?
No, you have to understand that it's not a podium like this with a fixed mic. It's a thing that you might hold up. It might have batteries in it.
But I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about
what did
you
content.
say?
I tried to note factually that there was this Board of Appeals hearing on this date, that I supplied a street artist application that I gave an address, and Tricky apparently did a Google map search, and this particular address she surmised was a Japanese restaurant when in fact it's a 5-story landmark building. Then she surmised that a photo of me selling something.
No, I hear that, but I just want to hear
it was
what
a
you
factual
were saying.
factual
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
Very factual.
Okay.
There was no personal attack towards anybody there, no criticism of any policy
but
body.
This is about the Board of Appeals for the Arts Commission.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Wolf, on page 75, she states November 17th. I sent
75?
DCA
75?
November 7th, 2017.
What page again?
785.
There is no 75.
785.
785.
785.
785. That's what
Oh,
I
I'm
said.
sorry. I didn't hear you say that. So go ahead. Say,
Page
please.
785.
Okay.
785. I sent DCA Russi, the supervised records,
Mhm.
asking for a copy of the 150-word summary. Did you receive that?
No, I did not. I actually spoke to him by phone, and I asked him to please contact these people because I had read it into the minutes, and he sent me an email, which is in your packet, saying I contacted Ann Tricky, and she said she had no such written summary.
Okay. All right. So where I'm going with this is if you look at section 6715D of the Sunshine Ordinance, one of the questions that I brought up in committee was to determine what kind of body this is. It wasn't clear to us, bless you. It wasn't clear to us as to whether it was a passive meeting body or a policy body. So it was reported to us that under Police Code Section 2400 regarding the Street Artists Ordinance, it was adopted by the electors of San Francisco via initiative ordinance as Prop L on November 4th, 1975. Quote, "This is hereby established an advisory committee on street artists and crafts examiners who shall advise the Art Commission on matters relating to wares produced by street artists and to perform such other functions as shall from time to time be deemed appropriate by the Commission. The advisory committee shall consist of 5 members to be appointed by the mayor." So I imagine that this is a policy body.
Where are you reading from? Is that in the packet?
It's just in my notes.
Okay.
And so I imagine that this is a policy body, considering that the advisory committee shall consist of 5 members, be appointed by the mayor. I imagine that it may even have been a charter amendment. Possibly. I don't know. It's in the police code.
Weren't they asked to provide that information in the packet for today?
So the reason why I bring this up is under 6715D, a policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city or of any other aspect of its proposals or activities or of the acts or omissions of the body on the basis that the performance of one or more public employees is implicated, or on any basis other than reasonable time constraints adopted in regulation pursuant to subdivision C of this section, which just talks about time limits. So,
Where are you reading that from? I just wanna
from the Sunshine Ordinance, 6715D.
Got it.
Okay, so so I guess the question is now I didn't take the time to really determine whether this is a policy body or not. But if it is, then 6715D would make this a violation if this is a policy body. So I think we need to determine that first. Yes. Member Joshua.
I believe I'm the only one that made a case that the reason she was cut off was because of criticism. Nobody else has suggested that what she was saying was criticism, and that and that the reason that she was cut off was because it wasn't within the scope of that committee, that it was off topic essentially.
I understand, but this was in general public comment.
I know, but whether it's a policy body or not, if you have general public comment and they exclude it because it was off topic and it wasn't off topic, I don't see how a policy body matters here.
Because under 6715D, it says a policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism and the rest of the line. So it doesn't matter where you're doing it. If it's in general, if it's under an agenda item, so 6715A talks more about this public comment for a specific item.
Right.
So that it needs to be within the scope of that item, the content or the context of that item. Here we're talking about general public comment.
So the only place the general public comment is mentioned in relation to the Sunshine Task Force is that one line? Is that where the...
It says every agenda, so for A, every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body on items of interest to the public that are within the policy body's subject matter jurisdiction, provided no action shall be taken on any item not appearing, so on and so on. Okay, and then it talks about the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors have a different set of rules. If the item is heard in committee, then no public comment at the full board. Then it goes on to talk about agenda items, every agenda for a special meeting, and that's in B. In C, it talks about for time limits. In D, it talks about it just talks about that the policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism. Okay, and it goes on to say policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city, or of any other aspect of its proposals or activities, or the acts or omissions of the body on the basis that the performance of one or more of its public employees is implicated, or any basis other than any other reasonable time constraints. So it's unlimited virtually. So if you wanted to make a criticism about an employee or about a program or a policy or something, and it's kind of within the scope of that, in the larger scope of that body, then I don't see why there should be, in general public comment, I don't see why there should be any prohibition from somebody to make a comment of whatever they want, as long as it's within the scope. If a commenter came in for general public comment to that meeting and wanted to talk about Department of Public Works, that I could see maybe be not appropriate, wrong venue. And I could see that would be a place other, but it's a little hard for me because this one based upon the subject matter of what she's talking about, it didn't necessarily apply to any of the items that were on the agenda, but it's within the scope of the body. And the body is an advisory committee of street artists and crafts examiners. If wants to talk about her not being able to be one of those things, and this is a venue where she can do that in public comment, I don't see what the harm is there.
Through the chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Member Canada.
But my point is that the chair of the meeting didn't wait to understand what the comments were about. They didn't know it was going to be criticism. They didn't know. They just interrupted her when she mentioned appeals. So I mean, to me, that's an outright,
Okay.
blatant issue.
That's even before it gets to my point.
Before
Okay.
there was any context, and Member Highland mentioned this personal stuff. I mean, who knows the reason for it? Maybe she just didn't want to hear from Ms. Trabeau at that point in time, but she didn't wait to hear what the comment was about before interrupting.
Okay, very good. Okay, members, anything else? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay. Ms. Krell, your first 3 minutes.
Just a second.
Thank you. I would just reiterate. Oh, sorry. Thank you. In closing, I would just reiterate by again quoting section 67.15A of the Sunshine Ordinance on public testimony. Items of interest to the public that are within policy body's subject matter jurisdiction. So the Board of Appeals is a separate city department. Ms. Trabeau's case at the Board of Appeals had nothing whatsoever to do with the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. They had never heard the case. They did not know anything about the case. They have no connection or jurisdiction or authority or relationship with the Board of Appeals or with Ms. Trabeau's case at the Board of Appeals. Happy to take any questions. Oh, and I did also just want to add, as you can hear in the audio that you listened to, this wasn't about prohibiting comment because of any kind of criticism. You asked Ms. Trabeau and she told you that she wasn't making critical comments, regardless of whether they were critical or not. That is not why Ms. Trickey was concerned, and you can hear Ms. Trickey numerous times on the audio inviting Ms. Trabeau to give comment. And so it doesn't have to do with not wanting to hear from her or not accepting criticism. It was this issue that we had just recited in the preamble of the public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Trabeau, 3 minutes. Hold on a second. Please restart the clock.
Page 851, 852 is not what was read before the start of the meeting. It wasn't available, and it did not address anything of the Sunshine Ordinance. In fact, she misquotes the Sunshine Ordinance in the next item, and I politely spoke to her about it. This is not a personal issue. I don't know this woman, but there have been incidences in the past. I don't know her. I have never been to their offices except the following day to try and inspect or listen to the audio, which Kate Patterson got completely wrong. So I was there for about 30 seconds. That was my only instance in that office. It's not a personal thing with these people. I have no contact with them whatsoever, except by email, which is a paper trail. There was an incident 2 years ago when I was going into 25 Vanessa. I had an appointment at the Ethics Commission. This same woman came charging down the stairs, screaming at the guard to call 911. She actually knocked over Pat Peterson, an ethics employee, as she was coming into work. I don't know what I did. I don't know why she wanted to call 911, but I know the following day I went up to the management office and they went down and reprimanded Ms. Trickey, who I don't know. There was another incident, and I don't go to meetings with an axe to grind. I had not been to this advisory committee in 2 years. There have been changes. Howard Lazar retired. New things are going on, and you cannot ascertain from the minutes what took place. And there's no audio. So I did go in good faith to try and find out what was going on. And I spoke to that committee member before the start of the meeting. There was another incident where I went to a street artists meeting. Prior to the meeting, I went up to the podium, which is not a stable thing, and I was holding it, and Ann Trickey screamed at me for no reason whatsoever. And then she called Bill Graham. So I went out. That's actually how I met Bill Graham. She's yelling and screaming about a restraining order that didn't exist. So she was reprimanded by Bill Graham. So she has a history of flying off the handle And that's what happened. I could see it in her eyes, and it was quite scary.
Okay, thank you. I just have some clarifying questions. So, Ms. Trabeau, when you mentioned the Board of Appeals, is that the Board of Appeals that is for what department?
If a street artist permit is denied, or if you have a permit revocation, you would go there in order to adjudicate it.
But if I'm not sure if there's more than one Board of Appeals that I am aware of.
The Board of Permits and Appeals.
The Board of Permits and Appeals. Okay, so this is the one that everybody goes to for like building
Everything.
permits and all that
Everything.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Ms. Correll, is that correct? Is that it's not connected with the Arts Commission at all?
That's correct. It's the Board of Permit Appeals. They mainly hear planning department DBI related items.
And why does the Board of Permits and Appeals hear cases regarding street artist permits?
Fantastic question. It's a little bit obscure and doesn't really relate to other items that they hear, but in the police code, which governs the program, it does set up, it's the only piece of the Arts Commission related to the Board of Appeals is the street artist revocation, but it's not related to the advisory committee.
It probably is to deal with enforcement.
It's an appeals process.
It's an appeals, okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay, thank you. So that kind of changes my view of all this because, yes, under 6715, general public comment should be within the jurisdiction of that particular body. That's the way I read it. I think everybody understands it to be. It's not like going to the Board of Supervisors, which is more of a general public forum. Yes, Member Josh Wolf.
But we don't know what the end of Ms. Trabeau's statement was. I mean, I guess there's a 150-word summary, so we might. But if she had said, I was denied by the Board of Appeals, and this antiquated process should be put directly under the control of the street artist program, well, then it's appealing itself. So maybe that doesn't make any sense. But my point is that at the end of the sentence, it could have related.
It could have been, I had my permit revoked because of something that is under the jurisdiction of the street artists and craft examiners in their view. If they found that there was a violation and then they had the authority to revoke a permit, that would be in their jurisdiction. But we don't know what that is because we didn't get to hear the rest of the testimony.
Which is why I feel we have to err on finding a violation, because basically if they had allowed the 3 minutes and then been like, actually, that's a bunch of crap, we're taking it off the minutes, then that, who knows what. But because because that policy body did not allow those 3 minutes, we are now spending 45 minutes trying to assess whether or not she had a right to have those 3 minutes.
Okay. Very good. Anything else? Is there a motion? Member Josh Wolf.
I'd like to file a motion for violation of 67.15. For what reason? I mean, I'm inclined to look at the A section that they neglected to allow the member of the public to address a policy bottom of items of interest to the public that are within the policy body's subject matter jurisdiction.
Well, I have a question before you do that, because I'm not sure if this body is a policy body. That was my kind of
right. However, the general public comment in the Sunshine Ordinance, each of the items on public testimony that relates to general public comment all use the words public policy body. To the extent that they've decided to have a general public comment in their meeting, they're acting as if they are a policy body.
Advisory committees that are not policy bodies have public comment all the time.
Right, but so if an advisory committee that is not a policy body has a general public comment and you just say, you know what, we're tired of hearing you for no reason, is that not a violation then?
Not unless it's in the charter. Not unless it's an advisory committee that is in the charter.
Okay, well, we voted on whether we're a policy body in the past, and it was a split vote, so we can go down that road again.
Wait a minute. We don't even have enough information to find out whether it is or is not a policy body in the first place.
It is in the charter. It is. It is.
It's in the police code. Police Code Section 2400, which is not the charter.
It is in the charter. I can pull it up if you want.
Right here.
Oh, and this is different than the community working. There's yet another different.
Yeah, that's only included in there for reference as.
No, I'm just not realizing how many different subgroups there are that are all created under the Arts Commission.
Yes. All right. Where is this now? Here. All right, boards, commissions, and departments. Okay, so this is not in the charter. It's under section 2400, section 2. This hereby establishes, okay, part of what I read in there, which shall advise the commission on matters to the wares produced by street artists and to perform such other functions as time to time be deemed appropriate by the commission. The advisory committee shall consist of 5 members appointed by the mayor. 4, and let's see, each member shall be compensated from time to time. The term of each member, blah, blah. Classified terms shall be a period of time. Mayor appointed to a 2-year term. Advisory committee elect from its own members, blah, blah, blah. Every person certifying description of sign. Okay, it doesn't necessarily talk about it in there. If we go to 67.3 D, policy body shall mean the Board of Supervisors. 2, any other board or commission enumerated in the charter. It's not in the charter. 3, any board, commission, committee, or other body created by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors. 4, an advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by initiative of the policy body, not that one. 5, any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. I don't know.
That it meets
policy? No. Policy by number 6, policy body should not include a committee which consists solely of employees, not that one. Number 7, any advisory board, commission, committee, or council created by federal, state, or local grant, whose members are appointed by city officials, employees, or agents. So I don't.
So,
That was 67.3D7.
so does this not fall under? Is this not a standing committee?
It meets every month.
Please, Mr. Trudeau, we're having the conversation to try and figure this
under
out.
5, under 67.
A standing committee, a policy body, irrespective of its composition. Trying to establish if it's a policy body. Because then the only time 6715D can be applied is only on a policy body, not on any other body. And an advisory board can be a policy body, but go ahead.
It's a passive meeting body if it's under 67.3C1. Advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor, or a department head.
Yeah, but this was created by the voters. This was created by the electors of San Francisco. It's Prop L in November 4th, 1975.
Through Chair, I feel like we've been through this before when we voted on this very issue. And
this is a different body. That body, which was the one that the Clark brothers brought, that was created by resolution of the Arts Commission. And it advises the Arts Commission directly. This was created, like we are, by the voters. Okay. The question is does it advises the Art Commission directly.
Okay.
So that's, and DCA Cola's comments are pertinent to that because. In 67.3C, number 2, is that what you said, number 2? Any group that meets to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department? No, that's not the one you.
He stated
3C1. Advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of the policy body, the mayor or department head. It was created by the voters, so it's not that. The question I have is whether it's D5, any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. And the question is then what is the definition of a standing committee? Yes, Member Josh Wolf.
Prop L, according to the voter pamphlet from 1975, was a charter amendment.
Was a charter amendment?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Mr. Trudeau, please sit down. You're disrupting.
Yes. Mr. Trudeau, if you don't mind.
Have a
I
seat.
live in New York. I'm not. This is my last meeting.
Then
So the question is where in the charter, if it's in the police code, I don't believe that's the charter, right, DC Acola? If it's not. But it says in the voter pamphlet that it was a charter amendment?
It does, but it's a little weird because Prop M is what actually created the Street Artists Initiative, which is not a charter amendment.
But that didn't create this particular body.
Right. That was created through Proposition L in 1975, which is it's a very brief statement. The entire text of it is as follows. Should the proposed charter amendment be adopted? Oh, wait, no, that's the controller's opinion. The actual statement is, it is listed as a charter section to 9.1112. And it says, shall certified street artists subject to regulations made by the Board of Supervisors be permitted to sell only on public sidewalks or public areas designated by the Board of Supervisors. That's the extent of the entire language of Prop L from 1975.
And actually, in the police code here, it says this ordinance is enacted to implement an initiative ordinance approved by the electors as Prop L at an election in 1975. The provisions of Prop L are set forth herein for convenience and may only be amended by the electors of San Francisco. So, I'm sorry, did it specify that it was a charter amendment?
Yes.
And what was that section? It's going to be hard because the charter's been amended.
It's
so
Charter Section 9.112.
9.112. All right. Let's see.
Which appears to no longer exist.
9 point. Right. 9 point. Which one?
1112.
111.
Yes.
Oof. Yeah, charter's been amended since then, so that may be that it may not apply anymore.
But I mean, it was established as a charter.
I know,
amendment.
but if the charter had since been amended and that was approved by the voters, then the revisions or the amendments apply. So if it got removed from one section and got put into and not in the charter, and the voters voted to amend the charter in, I think it was 1989, when I think it was Barbara, can't remember her last name, who was supervisor, actually moved that forward. I can't remember her last name. Barbara Kaufman did that. And I know that very well because the GGNRA got yanked out of the charter at that time, and that was something I was focused on that particular thing. So I don't see. Yeah, it's not listed in Section 9. Though it's under financial provision. Did it give a heading for that section?
No.
For Section 9?
No.
No, it didn't. All right, okay. So the thing is I don't think it survived the charter amendment. That's the way I see it. DCA Cola, do you have any advice on that when it comes to stuff like that?
This hearing seems like it's an administrative, adjudicative hearing, which I don't think is held to the same standards as a standard policy body meeting. It's for adjudicative purposes to determine violations of. No, is it the wrong item?
Yeah, wrong item.
Oh.
That was the previous item.
Oh, I'm on the wrong memo.
Yeah. So this is 17120. So we're trying to determine whether the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Craft Examiners, which was created by Prop L in 75, it was then a charter amendment, and in 1989 the charter was amended, and there's a lot of stuff that got removed and placed in other areas. This one seemed to have landed in Police Code Section 2400. So, yes, Member Josh Wolf.
Unless Section 5.103, which is the Arts Commission section of the charter, subsection 3 is what it became, which I don't even know how to figure out.
Well, but the question, but be very specific. This particular body, in name, was Prop L, was created by Prop L in name. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't, because the body wasn't created in Prop L. What Prop L created was a law that says that the only.
It says this is hereby established, and it was through the Street Artists Ordinance of Prop L.
But no, the actual regulations were made by the Board of Supervisors under the command of Prop L.
So this body was not created by Prop L itself?
No, because Prop L just said that the Board of Supervisors regulates where art can be sold. And then the Board of Supervisors created that regulation.
All right, hold. Right, that's from the police code. That's. Ooh. I lost that spot. Where is it? 2400.
Prop M did create a committee, though, so maybe there's just a misprint in the code. Because Prop N created a 4-person street artist committee. Is that the committee we're talking about?
No, we're talking about the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Crafts Examiners. And that is in the police code. Okay, so the question becomes, how did this get created?
It was created by Prop M. Prop M created the Advisory Committee of Street Artist Examiners.
Prop M created that.
M created that.
And it says that in writing.
Yes, and Prop M is not a charter amendment. Prop L is. Prop M is not. And Prop M put all of the code into the law.
Okay. All right. The question is, how much do we want to find out exactly to be correct? Do we want to find out exactly what this body actually is? If so, then I would suggest we continue this and direct some research on it somewhere else. I think we're not going to. There's not enough information in front of us, and I think based upon what Member Josh Wolf has brought up, we're going to have to start from there, coming to the present, to figure out what the changes were, if any, and how it is now. Even though it was created back then, possibly as a charter committee, if the charter if there was a charter amendment to the revisions of the entire charter in 1989, and it adjusted that, and that was voted on by the voters, then that's the will of the voters. It's not then a charter. And so then that may change whether this is an actual policy body or not. So I would suggest, in the essence of time, in the interest of time, since it's also the last item on the agenda, that we continue this item. And how should we refer this for research? Everybody's looking at DCA Cola.
I think this is a passive meeting body. I really do. And I feel like similar complaints have been filed in the past, and we didn't go into this in-depth of research on it. I mean, it's a subcommittee. It's a subcommittee within the Arts Committee. And, I mean, how are the members of the advisory committee selected?
By the mayor. So that puts a big twist on it.
They're selected by the mayor.
All by the mayor.
Well, that goes back to 67.3 C1 that I mentioned earlier. The advisory committee is a body of people that's selected by the mayor, and that is defined as a passive meeting body.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no, advisory committee is created by the initiative of the mayor, not members appointed. All right. Go ahead, Member Josh Wolf.
I think we should just let this one slip because the complainant has said she's not coming back, that she's moved to New York. And so if we can...
I moved to New York a year and a half ago. I've been coming here making these complaints.
We're not...
Turn off the mic.
as I was saying, the complainant has previously said she doesn't intend to come back to follow up on this.
Mr. Bo, have a seat. Mr. Bo, have a seat or leave. Mr. Bo, please have a seat now.
When I call him.
But you're causing a disruption now, okay? We want to finish the meeting.
Trying to work with you here.
We want to try to do this in the best interests of everybody. We don't have to. We don't have to ask you questions. We're discussing it among ourselves right now. So please sit down. Please. Thank you.
So, as previously stated, the complainant has said in the past, although I don't know whether we can now take her at the word that she said the first time, that she will not be returning. If she's not returning, I'm not sure that it makes sense to continue diving into this, but I'm also not prepared to say that a violation hasn't occurred. So to me, the safest thing is to just basically let this one sit with no motion, but I don't know how the rest of the board or task force feels.
All right, is there a motion?
There was the beginnings of a motion, which was not seconded. There was no second as yet.
Well, didn't get to ask one. Are you still holding that motion?
I'm happy to hold that motion. I just don't want to spend more time on this.
I'd rather you not postulate. I'd rather you either say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
That's fine.
Motion dies. Okay. So this case will be closed.
Just so you know, I've been traveling
Please.
back here at a moment's notice because
You're
your administrator hangs up the phone and will not give me the dates. True, Cheryl. True.
Okay. Please call the next item. Okay.
If you're taking no action, this item goes into limbo.
Okay, so then we'll need a motion for no violation.
I'd like to make a motion to find no violation.
Second.
Moved by Member Tesfaye, second by Member Hinsey. Public comment. You can step away to allow anybody who wants public comment. Seeing no public comment. Members, any other points, comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
They get warm. Right? Yeah, that's normal.
Member Wolf?
No.
Member Tesfaye?
Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. Go ahead. Continue.
Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Member Kanata?
No.
Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Member Fisher?
Aye.
Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Motion fails. This item remains open. Okay. Next, call the next item, please. Number 9.
Don't want to spend any more time looking.
Item number 9, file number 18015, Administrator's Report, Review of Next Request Public Records Request Software.
Victor.
Could I make a motion on this item to move it to the next meeting? It's just getting kind of late, and I do have a number of questions and issues about this.
Okay.
Public comment, please.
Is there any other concerns about you want to move to continue it?
I would like to move to continue this item. There have been there are going to be a lot. I will have a lot of questions about what Victor is able to find about the next request system, and it's getting a little bit late. But I do think it's really important because as the system gets deployed, if it gets deployed citywide, we're going to really want to get ahead of it. But
okay, so I would suggest that then you, if you want to continue it, pick a meeting, and let's apply a certain amount of time to it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that way there's enough. enough time, and then we can plan other other activities around in creating the agenda around it.
So I would like to make a motion to move this item to the next meeting with 30 minutes.
Okay. Is there a
For it.
second?
Second.
It's moved by Member Tesfaye, second by Member Kanata. Any discussion? Public comment?
Public comment. I have not lived in California in a year and a half. Every month, I leave my phone number, and I ask via email also if I'm on the agenda for the coming month. I never get a response from Mr. Young.
Point of order. This is on the motion.
Hey.
If I get him on the phone, he'll slam it down. Just now, he said he's going to be talking to Rebecca Krill. These papers in his hand are public documents. I did not receive copies of them. There's a lot of wrongdoing here. I cannot fly at a 3-day notice to come here to sit over and over and over again. The Arts Commission was requested to do things on a regular basis. Tonight, on 3 different items, they did not comply. They did not submit to me any documents, and they make these outrageous claims of things that I'm supposed to be doing. If Mr. Young is cutting off the mic, he's also denying me my public comment, and he's done that on a regular basis. There's problems going on here with your administrator, and I'm not the only one who's saying that. You don't see Ray Hartz in this room anymore because he's fed up with it. Mainly, he's fed up with Mr. Young. I'm not flying here at a drop of a hat anymore. So I got to go back out to the airport, and you good luck with all your nonsense.
I would take that as a request from Ms. Trudeau that I will not schedule her items until she so informs me. Thank you.
Say that, Victor.
Okay. Any other public comment?
For the record, I did not
Seeing
say
no
that.
other public comment, please call the roll.
Member Wolf?
There's no...
Wait, it's a motion to continue, and I will vote yes.
A motion to put this on the next meeting for 30 minutes.
Right.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, continue, Ms. Leger.
Do you need to ask me again, or yes again?
Member Wolf?
Yes.
All right. Member Tesfaye?
Yes.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Member Fisher?
Aye.
Member Hinsey?
Absent. She's left.
Oh. Okay. The ayes have it.
Okay. Motion passes. Please call next item. Oh, Go ahead.
Item 11, report from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Committee.
Okay, so I apologize again. I didn't send it to my finished product to Victor or Ms. Leger at enough time to make it to the agenda. If there are one thing I wanted to ask is there is some mention about supervisors not attending our meetings. Is there anything else that you want to add to it before? Go ahead, Member Joshua.
If you are including something about members or supervisors not attending, I think that including a detailed list of which ones and how many times is worth doing as opposed to keeping it generic.
All right. The question then becomes, if I do that, then the question becomes for every other city official who has not shown up, it would be,
I think elected officials are a different category. If we have the same thing with the mayor or any other elected officials who aren't sending a representative from their office, but elected officials are a different relationship than other city agencies.
And through the chair, I mean, we're voted on by the Board of Supervisors, right? Our positions here are voted on by the Board of Supervisors, so they basically appoint us to ignore us, to me, is just, a slap in the face.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'll work with Mr. Leger or Mr. Young on creating that list.
And you have the from the item with Supervisor Breed. You have the enumeration of those already.
Yes, I do.
I would just like to say it will be difficult for us to do research on that type of matter, as it will only be noted in the minutes of the. I believe it will only be noted in the minutes of the meetings. I don't track that any other way.
It wouldn't be in the orders of determination?
It would be in the orders of determination, but it's still a word search.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be in the minutes, would be the most likely spot, but...
I have a way to research PDFs pretty quickly, so I can do that for you. Yes.
I believe every time no one has shown up, we've found 6721, whichever subsection that is, so just searching for that will yield all of them.
That also includes not sending a knowledgeable person.
I realize that not all of them...
You know what you're doing and
yes.
we can move on because I have to
Okay.
go.
Okay. That's...
Okay. Great. Okay. But there's nothing else besides that that's of any interest? Okay, great. All right, let's...
Item 12.
Well, is there any public comment on that?
The reporters...
Seeing no... Okay, our public does not want to comment. Okay. Next item.
Item 12, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Number
Chair.
11.
Didn't I read that? Reports from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees.
No report from Complaint Committee.
None from compliance.
EOT.
None.
I believe that the Rules Committee is planning a meeting for discussion of anonymous complaints and other various issues.
Correct. And nothing from IT. Any public comment on that? No public comment. Moving on. Next item, 12.
Item 12, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair's Report.
I have nothing to report at this time. Can move on. Any public comment on the chair's report? Seeing none. Moving on. Next item. 13.
Item 13, Administrator's Report, Complaints, and Communications.
Yes. I'd like to note the tentative meeting schedule for the upcoming month. EOTC is meeting on June 19th at 3:30. We only have 2 members. We would like an alternate to sit in as the third if possible. We will send a poll around to see who can, unless someone at this time would like to volunteer.
Well, generally, it's either myself or Vice Chair Hyland that defaults for vacant seats. So June 19th. June 19th, you said?
Yes, the Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm out of town that day.
I'll be there.
We have the June 26th meeting for the Complaint Committee. The July 4th meeting is canceled due to the holiday. Bringing this into account, I would like to broach the topic of special meetings starting in August, September, and October to catch up on some of our complaints that, as we have missed quite a few meetings. I will send a poll around to see who is available for those dates. But
why so far in the future?
There's no July meeting due to the holiday and the next.
But you're talking about special meetings.
Special, yes.
So why
I've
not?
already pulled the members for the month of July, and I've always had 1 or 2 members who are unable to attend. So July is not a possibility at this time.
Unless the Board of Supervisors makes appointments.
Yes, we can keep that open.
Okay, because I would rather not go almost 3 whole months without keeping things on track.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little disturbed by some of these that are more than a year old. We kind of thought we had dealt with that already.
Mm-hmm. We had quite a lot of new complaints filed in the last month. It looks like close to 20 new ones. However, one of them is one complainant against several supervisors. It is on the list on page 1006. Last month, we had a total of 51 complaints pending action. This month, we have 68 complaints pending action. 22 of those are before the full task force, and 46 are before the committees. And I believe that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on the administrator's report? No public comment. Next item, please.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Members? Yes, Member Josh Wolf.
I don't know whether we need to set anything yet, but in light of the discussion around supervisors not showing up at some point, I think that may involve more than just writing down this and actually figuring out what our plan is.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
Through the chair, Victor, nothing from the Rules Committee? And do they actually have meetings in July?
Their break is in August.
Oh, it's in August. For how long? August? Just the month of August?
Majority of the month.
Usually it doesn't go much further than July. Okay, anything else on announcements? Seeing none. Next item.
Adjournment.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Tesfaye, second by Member Kanata. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You're adjourned.
And you guys did great. Your eyes glazed over at about hour 2.
8:17.
Which was pretty good.